You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Monday, August 7th, 2023. It's around 11 p.m. I'm back from Gencon, and I'm excited to get back with the group and play some games. Today we are going to be playing the Night Hunter, which I have in front of me here. Somewhat unusual, unexpected game for sure. We'll take a look at the back and then talk about it a little more. I think it's going to take us more than a single session. I've booked the next 3 days to play this game. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday I've scheduled on YouTube at 11 p.m. each night. Then off Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday we'll play Suspects, the green box behind me here, which is Claire something, internal investigator. I forget her last name. It's odd that the Suspects games, 2 of them came out with the same lead detective, Claire Harper. And I'm very interested in playing this green Suspects box. There's 3 cases in it. We'll play all 3 and then I'll review it. For reasons I've talked about before, which is that I played that on the channel before I had anyone really joining me. I'm not really a solo gamer. And I was a little harsh on it in my review, I think. I don't know if harsh is the right word. I had real criticisms for it, but I think the bottom line is that when I played through it, I was a little cavalier, and I made some mistakes, and I'm afraid that may have tinted my review of it. So I'm hoping when we play it with the group, we'll get more of a group feeling for how well the game plays. What else should we catch up on? Last week, while I was at Gencon, I scheduled 2 videos to post: a review of Cryptic Killer's Murder at Merivale Manor, which I think most of us who played it really loved. My favorite Cryptic Killer's game. And I posted a longer review of Children of Wormwoods, the Escape Tales game that took us 27 hours to play. One interesting thing about the Murder at Merivale Manor was that when I did the review, we've played 4 games now from the Cryptic Killers series, and they've all been very high quality. We played the 3 most difficult ranked games, rated games, and then after we played them, I reviewed them, and then we played Murder at Merivale Manor, which just came out of nowhere and was so good. And I basically said in my Murder at Merivale Manor review that the Cryptic Killer games are all very high quality, very consistently good. And an interesting thing happened, which is that I bought the other 2 Cryptic Killers games, the other 2 non-super easy games, medium rated difficulty. One is called Murder of a Millionaire, and the other one is called Murder at Something Casino. And we played Murder of a Millionaire with my other group at Gencon. And it wasn't exactly bad, but it was orders of magnitude less finished, less cohesive than the others. And they're all designed by the same person. So something went wrong. I don't know. I don't think it's my group. We did solve it, but something went wrong with that. So I'm going to have to post another review of that soon, saying that, well, maybe all of the Cryptic Killers games I wouldn't recommend. It still had its good moments, and there were some cool things, but it misfired quite a bit. Okay. Let's check in with the chat a little bit before we continue. Matt says, how was Gen Con? Any overall thoughts? Well, first of all, it's great going to Gen Con with my friends. 4 of us pack into a hotel room at the Hyatt Regency, which is connected to Gen Con, and we have a little summer camp experience. It's like a little vacation. with tons of snacks, and we just pick out if my face has gotten fatter, it's because of all the candy and snacks we ate at Gen Con. And then we spend the evenings at the Hot Games room, which is where you can go and play the newest games. And then the other part of Gen Con are all of this giant exhibit hall where companies are demonstrating their new games, and then various other things going on. There's an auction, there are classes, etc. For me, I feel like Gen Con every year gets a little less compelling as a thing to participate in. The exhibit hall is just like packed to the gills with people. Everything is a lot more expensive. It's all about selling and buying. It's just sort of uncomfortable, not really fun, that part of it. So I like hanging out with my friends and playing games, but I don't care so much for the Gen Con specific stuff. So I don't know, maybe next year we'll check out Origins. I would rather be going there to just play games with friends and just to get away. It's close enough that it's a 2-hour drive. It's affordable enough that it's nice to go just for a change of scenery. Matt says, did anyone recognize you from the channel? The answer is no. Once again, no one has come up to me. No one has said hello, despite my pleas. The only exception was that Brian from Game Brigade, who I talk to occasionally and sometimes drops by the channel, did meet up very quickly for a little photo op together. Brian is is a giant person. It almost looks like he caught me hunting. Anyway, that was fun. But no one has come up to me. No one says hello. I spent a good chunk of this Gen Con writing for my high and low mystery game series. I wrote 2 new scenes, a half dozen pages or so that I'm really happy with, and had figured out some ideas and stuff. And this would be a good time to remind you that starting in September, I will start doing occasional live streams on game design, mystery game design, specifically focused on my game in development. That game, maybe I shouldn't say my anymore. There's a bunch of people helping me with it on the channel. So I'll be trading off videos specifically talking about that, giving updates on that game, but also talking about mystery games in general from a game design perspective. I'm looking forward to those videos. What else should we say? I did want to recommend a video for you to check out when you get a chance. A channel called Shelf Stories. There's a guy, Jason, who has that channel, and I've recommended it before. I do not always agree with Jason. I'm take a much more of a hard line about the ethics of board game YouTube and taking payment and stuff like that. But he had a nice discussion yesterday between finally someone with some journalistic background was on saying that it's a corrupting influence for there to be money going to YouTubers. Anyway, I would recommend that video. And that's a good time to remind you that all of the games we play here on the channel, I purchased myself. I have no relation with any publishers in any fashion, no sponsors, and the opinions I give are my own. What else should we talk about? You can see behind me some of the new games that are building up in our queue. That's why we're going to have to start going through these at a more rapid clip. And I've scheduled most of this week for live streams. I think this one will take us 3 games. 2 cooperative games I'd love to play and review for the channel soon are Forbidden Jungle, which is Matt Leacock's set of games, Forbidden Island, which I love and is a great cut down gateway version of Pandemic. And then there's Forbidden Desert and Forbidden Sky, and Forbidden Jungle looks good. And then Sky Team, which is was a very popular hit at Gen Con based on its theme, which is cooperative 2-player landing planes. However, the only person I really enjoy playing board games with cooperatively is Greg, and Greg is on a board game break. You'll have to ask him what that means when you talk to Greg. But that means we probably won't get to those until YouTube is saturated with those reviews and playthroughs, but that's okay. What else should we talk about? I guess that's it. Anything that the chat is up to? Anything new? Anyone? Any new projects people are working on? Anything you want to advertise of your own? I guess you guys are going to have to start, like, you'll have to volunteer that stuff because it takes too long for me to ask and get a reply. All right, let's take a look at the Night Hunter and see what's going on with this game. I'm going to open it up here. My box got damaged when it was delivered to me when I bought it, but I didn't notice, but that's okay. We don't care about that stuff. Okay, so this is the only game that caught my eye at Gencon that I had no advanced hint of. I didn't see it in any of the lists. And it's compelling. It looks a little dark. It says ages 14 and up. That's a good sign. Can you find the killer before it's too late? Murder mystery party. Over 100 pieces of evidence, 4 known victims, 1 new target. So this caught my eye, 100 new pieces of evidence. That's normally with these games you get about 30 or so. Then here's the other interesting thing, murder mystery party. Otherwise known sometimes as University Games or a subsection of University Games. And I've had very mixed thoughts on their games. They've been doing these kinds of murder dinner party games. It's actually a terrible name for this collection because they make murder dinner party games, and this really isn't a party game. This is a cold case game. And the other reason I say that we've had mixed reactions from this company is that they've licensed games from a bunch of people. In fact, they licensed a couple from Adventure, the Detective Stories series, Fire and Adlerstein, and the Antarctica, which are some of our favorite cold case games. And then they've produced some games that feel almost homemade, licensed, that were much too easy and not so great. And one of the things that gives me a little bit of pause here is I don't see any sign of a difficulty level here. That's somewhat troubling, although perhaps the age 14 and up is a good sign. All right, let's look at the back and we'll get some more clues about what we're in for here. So you can see there's a time estimate here, 4 to 5 hour immersive crime solving experience. Normally I multiply this by 3, that would suggest 12 to 15 hours and double the length of a normal game of this type, at least double. So I expect it'll take us multiple sessions. Here's the synopsis. It was more than 20 years ago when the Night Hunter terrified America with a series of disturbing murders. He taunted police and wrote strange and bewildering letters to the media. Everyone thought the reign of terror ended when Bill Mendax confessed to the crimes. But now a new murder has taken place. Is it a copycat? Has the real killer been loose all this time? Does Mendax have a partner? The Bureau needs your help to find the truth before the Night Hunter kills again. Join the Bureau in search of clues about the Night Hunter's past to solve the murders in the present. It will take lots of evidence and listening to witnesses to catch the murderer. Learn about the Night Hunter at University Games, etc. Okay, now look what we've got here. 4 different homicide cases, cold cases in the past. That's pretty cool. 100 pieces of evidence. It says interactive website with hints and solutions. So it sounds like it's just going to be for hints and solutions, but we'll find out. And then it looks like it's got a little black light thing here. It says contains batteries. So it's clear they're going to make use of a black light somehow. Do I care about that? Not really. Some letters from the killer. Now, one other interesting thing, which is a good sign, perhaps, is that it's got authors listed here. Developed by Jordan and Mandy Goddard with Ryan Schoon. So I don't recognize those names from other previous games, so there you go. The other thing that's different about this from the other games by Murder Mystery Party, University Games, is the form factor. It's much more of a traditional board game box rather than the sort of folders, throwaway folders of their previous games. So that's a good sign. All right. Let's open it up and see what we're dealing with here. Okay, it says read this first, so let's begin here. From the Bureau, a Department of the United States, Washington, D.C. Dear agents, in this evidence box, you'll find the case of the Night Hunter. Captain Snow is the lead on this case, and it's up to you to help review new evidence. Enclosed is your field guide to aid you in your investigation. You'll refer to this field guide throughout your work. It contains animal bite mark information, chemical codes for field toxin tests, fingerprint collection methods, and other key information for your fieldwork. Also included is your government-issued USF907 light device you'll find critical for the following: revealing latent fingerprints that may be present on evidence handled directly by case suspects, developing and displaying results of field toxin tests, and aiding in looking for other forensic information on photos and other documents. Please make sure you keep your field guide and USF907 light device available at all times as you investigate the Night Hunter. Important. Leave each chapter in the box until you have completed all the objectives of the previous chapter. In order to validate your findings at each step of the investigation and to provide additional information to help you, we've provided you access to the Bureau's confidential portal. This portal will also give you access to witness statements and case tips. So now it sounds like perhaps we will need the website to listen with audio to witness statements, I wonder. You can easily access the portal anytime during the game or with the following QR code. Just point your smartphone's camera at the QR code and follow the link. All right, well, I guess we should start by opening this website and seeing. Brian has actually stopped by in the channel. I don't know if Brian was here when I showed this. All right, so we're going to bring up this website and we'll see if we've got any clue as to what it's about. Okay, can you find the killer before it's too late? Welcome to the Bureau's confidential portal. Here you'll be able to validate your findings for each objective in the Night Hunter investigation. Before completing, here you'll also find witness statements and communications from Captain Snow. Do not visit the next chapter in your investigation before completing all the objectives of the previous chapter. Leave all evidence in the box. Okay, chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've got 4 chapters. Everything we're seeing so far is a good sign, right? Like they've got custom art here. It looks reasonable. It looks good. They've made a website for it. Okay. So let's leave our website for a little bit. All right. So it said that the first thing we've got is a field guide and a light. So this is a black light. You can see I've actually got a upgrade of my own black light, make it a little easier. This was purchased after our experience with the Blair Witch Hunt a Killer season, which was such a pain to use, but okay. And then we've got a field guide that it suggested was going to be like little tips and information. Oh, look at this, bite mark analysis. Okay, so here are tooth profiles for an herbivore. I guess we can go through these together. Okay, so far I'm really enjoying the thematics and atmosphere here and the work that was put into this. Herbivore tooth profiles. Above are a few examples of herbivore tooth bite mark profiles. These belong to various plant-eating animals. Notice the smooth round shape that is the key indicator of a plant-eating animal. Also note that by their nature, bite marks of herbivorous animals are not likely to be found in the skin or tissue of a decomposing victim. However, their bite marks may be found in the clothing or other belongings. This is often the result of an herbivorous animal smelling candy or other food in the victim's pocket, bag, or belongings. Okay, then on the next page, we have carnivore tooth profiles, much sharper. Above are a few examples of carnivore tooth bite mark profiles. These belong to various meat-eating animals. Notice the sharp, angular shape, as that is the key indicator of a meat-eating animal. There are several different types of carnivorous animals that might scavenge a decomposing body. Many different types of carnivores are attracted to a decomposing body at different points in decomposition, as the slowly intensifying smell brings in different animals at different times. By noting the types of scavenging bite marks, it is possible to tell how long the body has been decomposing. Look at this. I don't know why, but this just looks good to me. This looks like this is setting a good stage for me. Okay, common bite mark impressions. So here's a general discussion of herbivores and carnivores, and then this is the jaw diagram, bite mark impressions by geographical area. So in the Southwest, you have the round-tailed squirrel, an omnivore, the Gila monster, those are kind of scary, an carnivore, a red fox, omnivore, a night snake. What's a night snake? Is this a snake? The snake has all these other little, just a regular, it says rear fanged. Don't know what that's about. That's interesting. Guess I never thought of a snake as having other teeth other than its two front ones. Pretty cool. Bite mark profiles scaled for reference, not an indication of actual size. So yeah, the snake is smaller than the fox, but it's just been scaled up so we could identify it. Oh, we got some more here. There's a grizzly bear, a wolverine. Look at how unusual that front teeth is. It's kind of like a cat has those rows of tiny little teeth. Badger. And a porcupine. Huh. Herbivore. Makes sense. So omnivore has sort of a combination of sharp and blunt. Herbivore is all blunt. Carnivore is much sharper. So far, so good. Wow, more. Okay, here's a wolf. That is in the southeast. I see. Okay, so we had southwest, northwest, southeast, white-tailed deer, raccoon, bat. Look at that. Okay. Northeast, a moose, coyote or coyote, muskrat. Look at those big gaps. What's going on there? A field mouse. Cute. Okay, and then exotic animals. There's a tiger, a chimpanzee, a mountain gorilla. Do we really need these? And a leopard. Interesting. And we've got their scientific names here. All right, well, that was very cool. What else have we got in our field guide? Poison and venom detection. Okay. I almost feel like this could be a little sharper. Pardon me for a second. Okay, just let that settle. We'll talk for a minute while that's settling. Okay, so far, this feels like some real work put into this set. Now, I don't know how easy it's going to be, but I definitely can see that some real work went into this box. Okay, Poison venom detection. Differentiation. The difference between a poisonous substance and a venomous substance may seem trivial at first, but knowing the difference could save your life or someone else's. Simply put, poison is a harmful substance that is produced as a natural form of defense and is swallowed by the victim. Venom is a harmful substance that is produced as a natural form of offense and is usually injected into the victim via fangs, teeth, or a stinger. So poison is when you bite it. Venom is when it bites you. Interesting. I did not know that. Poison. There are many types of natural poisons and many more synthetic ones. It should be noted that a poisonous substance can be forcibly injected into a victim, breaking our rule of thumb. Therefore, your best bet is to take both blood and saliva samples whenever possible. Venom. Almost all venoms are naturally occurring. Of the different types of venoms, there are 3 that we find in the field. Myotoxins, which damage muscles, neurotoxins, which do damage to the nervous system, and hemotoxins, which inhibit blood clotting. All 3 of these can be found using your poison field detection kit. Results can be displayed using your US F907 ultraviolet light pendant. Use the chemical identification guide in this booklet to interpret your results. Wow, look at this. Chemical identification guide. Myotoxin, neurotoxin, hemotoxin, formaldehyde, amyl nitrate, amobarbital, phenobarbital, secobarbital. These are all recreational drugs for some people. Let's see. Do we have anything here yet? No, these are just the numbers. I guess maybe when we scan, we might see a number for these. Look at this, right? There's ricin, used as a very scary poison, sometimes sent in the mail. Cyanide. Propofol, cocaine, hydrochloride, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, gamma hydrobutyrate, I believe that's GHB, that's the date rape drug, lysergic acid, diethylamide, LSD, psilocybin, that's mushroom, strychnine, saliva divornum, salvia, that's a new, that's not, it's a drug, hallucinogenic type drug. Lead, which is has poisoned lots of people by accident. Okay, so it doesn't tell us anything about them, it just gives us numbers for them. So maybe when we use our code somewhere, we'll find numbers and we would look it up on this list. Hazard class pictograms, health hazard, flame, exclamation point. So sometimes this is used to indicate a skin and eye irritant, acute toxicity, narcotic effects, respiratory tract irritant, hazardous to ozone layer. So I don't know when we're going to encounter these, but if we see these on bottles or something, this would help us look it up. Gas cylinder, corrosion sign, explosion, something could explode. Flame over circle means it's an oxidizer. Environmental risk. Skull and crossbones means acute toxicity, fatal or toxic, huh? All right, well, that's weird that we would need these. Look at this. Look at this fingerprint. Boy, this is a very abbreviated, concise fingerprint information guide. We've seen in Gumshoe, for example, a whole 20-page guide on fingerprints. Here we've just got 2 small pages. So let's see if this is consistent with what we already know about fingerprints. We've got whorls. So people have different kinds of fingerprints. In addition to being exact matches, you frequently classify fingerprints to help you narrow down what to compare, rule out people quickly. So we've got whorls, arches, loops, tented arch. I have never heard of that. I don't know what this is. And then we've got a description of a left loop exiting to the left and a right loop exiting to the right. And then these are just more examples of things. What have we got here? Ending ridge bifurcations. I guess that's just when there's a break, it looks like. An island, that's going to be, okay, so here's a guy just all by himself, a little dot. All these different kinds of bifurcations. What's 19? Just any bifurcations when it splits in two. Ridges. Let's take a look at an example ridge here. Okay. I think the ridge is when it stops. And the others continue. Ending ridges. Yeah, it stops somewhere and the others continue. All different examples. 25. Where's another example of a bifurcation here? All right, so anytime something splits, we've got lots of examples of bifurcations and lots of examples of ending ridges. Or a line goes somewhere and then doesn't continue anymore. All right, not all that informative, but maybe it'll be useful to us at some point. And then we've got an indication that if you were to buy this used or your battery ran out, instructions on how to replace the batteries. Fair enough. And then more information about the battery. Okay. Pretty cool. Developed by Jordan and Mandy Goddard with Ryan Schoon. Okay. So pretty impressive so far what's come out of this box. Was nitrobenzene on the poison list? Jonathan is referring to nitrobenzene, which was the poison used in the book that Jonathan's book reading club has just finished reading, called The Case of the Poisoned Chocolates, a sort of classic crime book from 1929 that I completely adored. If you're looking for a sort of classic mystery book in public domain, not in public domain now, but there's an audio of it on YouTube. I really loved it. Just loved the style of it. And that was the poison they used. Let's just look at the poison. It was pretty exotic poison in the story, so I don't expect to see it here. I think Jonathan was just joking, but okay. All right, let's see what else we got in our box here. Chapter 1. To aid in your investigation, read this. Okay, so Chapter 1, what's happening here? What is this? It's just a piece of cardboard. I guess what they've done is they've layered the chapters. So here's the end of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 starts here. And this notch is just to help you pick it up. So in effect, they've basically hidden everything other than Chapter 1 underneath this piece of cardboard so you don't look at it by accident. That's pretty cool. All right, so here's our Chapter 1. I'm going to put the box aside. We've just got a little diagram here. It looks like this is probably the jail where they've got this killer. A reminder to go to the website. All right, so let's put this stuff all away. I suppose this would be a good time to give you a reminder that these games you can only play through once. They're stories, they're mysteries. Once you watch them, play them, you won't play them again. So if this has caught your imagination and you think you might want to play it, I forget how much this costs, but probably about, I'm guessing, $30 to $40 range. I don't know that you can buy it yet on Amazon, but all of the other games from University Games are on Amazon. So if you can't buy it now, you'll be able to buy it soon. So if this looks interesting to you and you don't want to have it ruined, spoiled by watching our playthrough, if you think you want to play it yourself with your own group, you could turn away to this from this video now. And then after you play it, come back, give your thoughts, see how you differed in your playthrough, and then we did. All right, I suppose we should take some time to appreciate these pieces of art because that's pretty cool looking. It's got its little style, all this red like blood spatter. We need to check this for any. I suppose it's not a piece of evidence, so it doesn't really matter. It looks like this is probably our investigator going to talk to the killer that was put in jail for this crime. All right, and let's not remember to go to the website soon to see what it is. Okay, let me put this aside. Let's just read this one thing at a time. We're going to go through these in order. Okay, from the desk of Captain Snow. Agents. I'm Captain Snow, Director of the Bureau. Our agency is tasked with the investigation of criminal cases earmarked as exceeding the resources of state and federal law enforcement. You have been granted special authorization to assist the Bureau on a crucial assignment. I'm providing you with a field guide. Keep this on your person at all times to aid in your mission. That's our field guide. All right, we'll keep that nearby. 25 years ago, 3 similar murders occurred across the United States. At the time, the San Diego Police Department apprehended a serial killer self-titled the Night Hunter. Each murder was committed according to the killer's unique modus operandi and followed by letters to local police departments and news outlets taunting law enforcement for failing to catch him. Attached, you'll find short briefs to catch you up on the cases. A year after the murders took place, Bill Mendax voluntarily surrendered himself to law enforcement officers in June of 1996. He provided several accurate and disturbing details regarding the murders that were never disclosed to the public. This evidence, along with his confession, proved to be more than enough to charge and convict Mendax with 3 counts of murder in the first degree. Mendax is currently serving 3 consecutive life sentences at Lompoc Federal Penitentiary. An unsettling case in Little Rock, Arkansas, was recently brought to the Bureau's attention. The crime scene is consistent with the aforementioned murders from 25 years ago. If this is a copycat killer, they have intimate knowledge of the Night Hunter's methods that were not released to the public, namely, an injection site on the neck of each victim. We need to determine if Mendax has been in communication with anyone from the outside world while incarcerated, or if the wrong man is behind bars. I've enclosed a file on the recent murder in Little Rock for your review. We need to know if there's a link between the previous murders and this new one. Scrutinize the details of these reports and determine if a possible connection to the Night Hunter killings exists. Sincerely, Captain Snow. Objective 1.1. Determine exactly what was used to kill Caroline Parker. Check objective answers at thenighthunter.com. Okay, so we've got murders, 3 murders 25 years ago. Year after that, 1996, they catch the guy. He voluntarily confesses. He knows details no one else knows. They convict him. And now, 25 years later, there's been a new murder in Little Rock, Arkansas, which fits the same MO as the old murders, namely an injection site on the neck of the victim. Our new victim is gonna be Caroline Parker, and our job for our first objective is to figure out what was used to kill her. Okay, let's put that aside. Next piece of evidence are case briefs. Following briefs are summaries based on police reports of the murders attributed to the Night Hunter. Bill Mendax confessed to the murders, and all 3 of these cases were closed. Sarah Bennett, killed October 14th, 1994 in Winslow, Arizona. Sarah Bennett was found dead on the side of Interstate 40, just outside of Winslow, Arizona. The body was found in a strange position with only slight bruising and no obvious cause of death. The killer left no fingerprints or traces of DNA. A sign was found in the brush near the body that read "secretive and duplicitous," and was taken to be a possible motive by the Winslow PD. Interviews were carried out with Sarah Bennett's living relatives and friends who knew her closely. None used those words to describe her. She was known to be a bright, cheerful person who would never harm a soul. 2 years later, Mendax, the night hunter, confessed to her murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Secretive and duplicitous. Okay, next we have Braxton Cohen, April 10th, 1995, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Braxton Cohen was reported missing April 10th, 1995. His body was found the next morning, where it was confirmed that he had been killed the night before. The body was draped over the edge of an industrial trash bin, face down behind a grocery store. The body was discovered by garbage collectors, and although they were questioned, the two were never considered suspects. Taped to the outside of the bin was a cardboard sign with the words "obnoxious and violent" on it. The sign was considered a calling card of the night hunter. This piece of evidence was used to connect his victims and was eventually used in the trial that put Mendax in prison. So he's killing these people and then putting signs nearby, critiquing them. Obnoxious and violent, secretive and duplicitous. Okay. Alanya Hubbard, September 29th, 1994. So 1995. So we've got everything happening in a 1-year period. Alanya Hubbard's body was discovered by a hiker deep in the woods outside of Oklahoma City. The hiker was off the main path following a game trail in order to photograph local wildlife. Instead, he stumbled upon... Instead, was discovered by a hiker who went off the path. Okay. Instead, he stumbled upon Alanya's body. The body was partially dismembered, likely a result of animal scavengers, which made its original position difficult to determine. A sign reading "savage and gluttonous" was found nailed to a nearby tree. Evidence suggests that Alanya was poisoned and her body discarded in the woods. After Mendax confessed to Alanya's murder in 1996, the case was considered closed. So, one thing that's useful to note here is these bodies are being posed in weird positions. This one of us, we're not told exactly what position, but just that it was put in a strange position. This guy's draped over a trash bin. And then here we've got a body that we don't know how it was left because animals got to it, presumably. Okay. Those are our original 3 cases. Here we have a little magazine page, magazine article about the night hunter. Let's see what we've got here. The Strange Case of the Night Hunter from Timely Magazine, August 19th, 1996. So a year after the murders, it looks like, or 8 months. By Beatrice Alvedo. The man responsible for the 3 horrifying murders that occurred in a 2-year time frame shocked the world when he turned himself in for his crimes. With the recent capture of Heriberto Seda, the New York Zodiac killer. Say what now? I don't know if that's a real person. That's not the original Zodiac killer, someone else. Families have been able to sleep easier knowing that 2 notorious serial killers have been put behind bars. The night hunter received the alias after referring to himself as such in his self-written poems and letters that he submitted to the local police stations of the areas where his victims were found. It came to much surprise when the night hunter voluntarily surrendered himself at the San Diego police station. The announcement was made over the weekend that the murderer had been identified as Bill Mendex from Barstow, California. With no clear reason for why Mendex came forward, we are left wondering why. The public has just begun to draw their own conclusions. Perhaps guilt drove him to confession, or the need for self-recognition. Some believe that the police were closing in. At this point, we can only speculate. To understand the mind of the night hunter, we go back to the 1994 murder of Sarah Bennett in Winslow, Arizona. Bennett was the first known victim of the night hunter. At the time, investigators had no suspects, witnesses, or murder weapon. The only clue was the strange sign found near the body with the cryptic message that investigators have yet to understand the meaning. Without any real leads, it seemed as though her murder would go unsolved. The night hunter made his mark again with the murder of Braxton Cohen in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 1995 and Elena Hubbard in Oklahoma City the same year. Signs were left at both crime scenes. Investigators were able to obtain video footage of both Cohen and Hubbard's last movements seen alive. The surveillance footage of Cohen was captured at the time of his murder. But the tape was damaged, and the frames that could be recovered gave investigators no lead. Wow, okay. That's a shame. On the 4th of June, 1996, Mendex arrived at the Central Division Precinct building in San Diego, California, to confess to the murders. The officers were skeptical, as this was not the first time someone tried to take credit for the workings of a serial killer. When interviewed, Mendex was able to provide accurate details, including places of the victims' work, locations where they were killed, and details about the murders that were not disclosed to the public. Mendex was arrested and later sentenced. However, there are still conspiracies floating around that he was not the killer, and the real night hunter is still lurking in the shadows. Mendex has a previous criminal record for assault and violating parole. He's now serving 3 consecutive life sentences at Lompoc Federal Penitentiary in Lompoc, California. Okay, and then we've got 2 ads. One is for Amber Lee's Taxidermy, and one is for affordable dentures and implants. It seems like a little bit of a hint to maybe related to our case. Then on the other side, we've got wire-jawed thief caught, bite mark impression on an apple found in the home of Allison Bryn. So looks like someone took a bite of the apple and they had some wires in their teeth that showed up in the imprint. Let's see what this article says. It started with a home invasion and took an unusual turn. After breaking into the home of Allison Bryn while she was out Christmas shopping, the suspect loaded his car with a few choice valuables and then sat down in the kitchen to make a meal. Detective Audra Feltz had this to say: "It really was strange to think that someone would be so comfortable at a crime scene that after robbing the place, they'd sit down in the kitchen and make dinner. In the end, I guess we're lucky that they were hungry that night." One of the officers noted that there was an underripe apple on the table, and it looked like the intruder had tried to bite into it and left the apple on the counter. The officer on the scene pulled a bite mark impression and sent it to the lab. There were no matches. However, the lab technician processing the sample noticed something odd about the bite. There were small lines between the teeth consisted with wire, and it appeared to be some odd form of self-dentistry. To find out more, we turn to dental expert Greg McDavidson. Oh, it isn't common practice now, but some dentists in the Old West used to take short pieces of wire and thread them between teeth right at the gum line and twist the wire to apply pressure to keep a tooth from falling out. They don't do anything like this anymore, of course, but maybe this guy did his own at-home dental work. I bet this eventually gets infected and he has to go to a real dentist. With this information in hand, the police put out an all-points bulletin for local dentists to be on the lookout for a patient coming in with damaged and infected gums or signs of at-home dental work. And that's the end of our part of that our article. This seems like wire-jawed thief caught. So I'm assuming that the article would continue and tell us that they caught him, but we don't have the rest of that article. Page 23, page 24. We don't have page 25. Okay, that's fine. But another sign that maybe we're dealing with bite impressions and stuff. All right, then we've got a couple of faxes here. It looks like these might be original letters from the killer. I guess our killer was faxing in these poems. Let's see what we've got here. Phone number, fax number is redacted. Case number, whatever. This is Braxton Cohen. Braxton Cohen, letter 1 of 2, letter written by Night Hunter, sent to Albuquerque Police Station, collected and filed as evidence. A pond at night, a reflection of thoughts, a peaceful pool of wonder. My silent requiem, alone in the darkness, nothing but night terrors. Like yellow eyes in the night, they watch me, but I am not in danger. I am not afraid. I am a mighty hunter too. Yours, and then this little symbol at the bottom. Looks like 2 eyes almost, and then some crosses crossing out. So this is not part of the message. This is all artifact of this photocopy. I guess the original letter, he didn't send in faxes. He sent an actual letter, but we're being given a fax copy of it. Okay, that's significant. Don't know what it means, but it seems significant. Okay, that was letter 1 of 2. Nothing on the back. Let's see. Here's 2 of 2. The clock is ticking, but can you find me? The dawn is almost upon you, and yet I remain elusive. I remain free. I rummage through your city like I was the garbage waiting to be thrown out by those who looked down on me. But in the end, it was I who looked down on them, and it was they who ended up in the garbage. Okay, now this is significant because now we can see for sure he's not just scratching out his little double eye or tooth pattern. It looks like eyes to me, mark, but he's actually doing a very stereotyped part of his logo. It's 2 eyes, and then we've got like a W and another W going crosswise. And he's using the same stationery or card. Looks like it's folded down the middle. Rough edges. I don't know what these lines here on the bottom, they're a little bit suspicious. This line here. Almost like it was torn from a bigger piece of paper. So that's from the Braxton Cohen. Then we've got a letter from, let's see, here's our 3rd case of Alanya Hubbard. Different signature thing here. Similar. There's his 2 W's, but not 2 red eyes anymore. And what have we got here? A typewritten 4? That's weird. Is that what that is? A 4, or is it something else? Boy, that I can't tell if that's it. Kind of looks like a 4, but I don't know if it's something else. Take a look at this. What is this? Are those ears he's drawn? Kind of look like ears to me. They could also be snake's fangs upside down. I wonder what this is. Is it the same paper he's writing on? I don't see a fold down the middle, which is a little unusual. Okay, let's read this. Letter written by the night hunter sent to Oklahoma City Police Station, collected and filed as evidence. The moon shines brightly sometimes outside my window. I look up at it with a longing that few would understand. I long to be free, yet why am I in this prison of four walls? Would you put me there if you could? Would you put me in that prison place? Rob me of the feeling of dirt on my feet or the shining moon that sometimes shines outside my window. You may be afraid of the things that night exposes, but I do not fear them because I am a mighty hunter too. Rough paper. This one's even cut with a little indent, but not folded down the middle. And with this little 4 and different thing. Remember, this is the third killing of Alanya, was our last victim. And now we've got the first killing here, Sarah Bennett. Letter written by Night Hunter sent to Winslow Police Station, collected and filed as evidence. Okay, completely different paper. Here we've got lined paper with a cut. We should check handwriting in a second. Completely separate, different logo, although it looks like the same cross W's going at an angle, although this time we have a sort of circular spirally red ink around it. Let's read his letter here. The game, I fear, has almost ended. It has circled back upon itself, like a circle back upon myself. Back to the beginning, from the end, and from the end to a new beginning. Wrapped around myself, but not to hide, I wind myself up for the strike. And when and where that strike comes will be up to me and me alone, for I am the night hunter. All right, let's take a look at handwriting here and see if we can. Now, we're not told when these were sent, but presumably if these murders happened over the course of 2 years, he's sending them as he kills them. So I expect the Sarah letter came first, then came Braxton Cohen, then came Alanya. Let's do a little bit of comparison of handwriting here and see if we can't convince ourselves this is the same person at least. So all letters he signs yours. Let's take a look at those yours. And one thing we have to decide when we play these kinds of games on a game-by-game basis is whether we're going to write on these documents. Writing on them makes them impossible to pass along, and it makes them a little easier. But depending on how good the game is how much I want to write in it. Like if it's just going to be a couple hours or whatever, then maybe I won't write on it. But if it's a serious game we really want to get into, I might write on it. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Okay, but here we have lots of unusual things about this already. Just this one word. We've got a big uppercase Y, and then we've got an R which has no serif on it. Just kind of looks like a bent iron bar. Let's see if they all look like that. Here's 2 more. Looks exactly the same. There's our bent iron bar R and the big oversized capital Y. And then very same thing here. So all of these look like the same little signature there. Might want to look. That would be easy to copy. You might want to look for anything else that jumps at us. Okay, so that's how he does all his R's, with a bent iron bar R. That's a very distinctive R. That would be very hard to fake if you were writing this and just not doing it especially slowly. You would slip up. But he seems to be very stereotyped in how he writes here. There's a bunch of jumbling in the baseline here. Like, look at this T, then the H, then the A, then the T. Let's not worry about that. We don't need to. Look at how stereotyped and odd his A's are. They're these backwards A's. They really jump out at you. Let's take a look if they all have that same flavor here. Here's another letter. There's our backwards A's. And our crowbar R's. Backwards A, backwards A, backwards A. So it feels to me like we've got very clearly same person writing all of these. No obvious misspellings that we might look for somewhere else. If anyone spotted any misspellings, the nice things about like a misspelling or a pattern of writing is you could pick it up even on a typewritten thing. But clearly this is the same person writing all of these. He's also got an interesting pattern with his P's where the top of the line doesn't connect. I've noticed. Same thing here with his B's. Let's see what the channel has to say. And Tina says, can't participate today and tomorrow. We'll wish you all the best. These seems like they describe animals. The last one, the night snake, the garbage one, the fox. I was thinking the same about the night snake. Okay, so in other words, what's being said here is that Sarah, our first victim, he seems to be talking about a snake. Wind myself up for the strike. And then here the curly thing is like what a snake would do. And how are we told she's killed? Slight bruising, no obvious cause of death. So like poison. Secretive and duplicitous. Maybe the S you might even see for snake. And she's found in a weird position. Strange position. Maybe the position is curled up like a snake. We don't know. Okay, then our next victim is 2 letters. Now, why does this guy get 2 letters, I wonder? The others get 1, but Braxton Cohen gets 2. That's odd in and of itself. And here we've got 2 eyes, presumably. Let's see what he says here. Yellow eyes at night. They watch me. I'm not in danger. He's at the water. Pond at night. Reflection of thoughts. Clock is ticking. Can you find me? The dawn is almost upon you. I rummaged through your city like I was the garbage waiting to be thrown out. But in the end, it was I who looked down on them, and it was they who ended up in the garbage. Okay, and Braxton was the guy draped over the edge of an industrial trash bin, face down behind a grocery store. Obnoxious and violent. What animal did the chat think that was? The garbage one, the fox, huh? You think that's the fox? Maybe? I mean, it doesn't jump out to me like it's necessarily a fox. And then our third victim, who was found in the woods, sign reading savage and gluttonous. I wonder if these descriptions on the signs aren't descriptions of animals. So this one doesn't have eyes so much. This one seems to have ears. He's got a longing. Why am I in this prison of four walls? Would you put me in there? I don't know how to just... the chat seemed to pick up that there were some different animals here, but I'm not... Like, he is a hunter. The last one is the snake, but I'm not sure I could identify other specific animals from the other letters. All right. Well, let's put these aside for now. And let's take our first break. So far, I'm loving it. Atmosphere is great, very engaging, taking its time. Love the evidence, love the poems. So far, so good. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing the Night Hunter, at least part one of the playthrough of the Night Hunter. So far, I'm loving it. I'm loving the atmosphere. I'm loving the slow build-up. And the story is compelling. A serial killer arrested and now possible copycats, etc. There's a movie called Copycat with Sigourney Weaver that was quite good. All right, so let's see what evidence we got. A reminder that if you want to see more videos like this, more content like this, if you want to support the channel, please consider giving this video a thumbs up and subscribing. All right, let's take a look at what we've got left for Chapter 1. Looks like we've got Chapter 1, Case 1, Carolyn Parker. Oh, this is the new murder victim. Then we've got Carolyn Parker's toxicology report. Looks like maybe we'll use our black light, ultraviolet on this. I'm going to put this in here. And then we've got a Chapter 1 envelope that says, do not open until you solve Objective 1.1, which was find out how she's killed. Then envelope 2, don't open until you solve Objective 1.2, which we haven't even seen. This is interesting because I thought it was going to be that, okay, they've got the 4 chapters, you're going to get everything for Chapter 1, then you're going to unlock Chapter 2. But here we have actual unlocks within Chapter 1, 2 of them. All right, so these get put aside while we go through this. Chapter 1, Case 1, case number whatever. This is going to be Carolyn Parker. Little Rock, Arkansas. Might be nice to have a little map of the United States and plot where these killings are happening. Just see if there's some pattern, like is someone traveling in a straight line? Does this new copycat murder, which has happened 25 years later, is it consistent with the geographic pattern of the previous ones? Maybe we'll do that during break. Okay, let's open up Carolyn Parker and find out what we've got here. All right, so looks like we've got a photograph here. She was put on a tree branch. This looks pretty brutal. It says Carolyn Parker, ferocious on something. This is very weird. Now, each person gets a 2-word description. Each word is capitalized. I don't know what this word is. Disrespectful. I don't know. We're gonna read. It's gonna say in the report, I assume. But it does make you think. Like, is something else being communicated by these double words? Are these words describing an animal? Are they anagrams? Or is it the F and the D that we should care about? There's our reverse A and our iron bar R. So it certainly seems like whoever's leaving this sign is the same writer as our original letters. That's troubling. Look at this very stylized C that this person has a sort of artistic flair, that they've got this C surrounding the other letters. And there's our P that doesn't connect. I mean, this really looks like the same handwriting as our letters. And there's Carolyn Parker. You might imagine that each person is being killed by a different animal. So what animal would live up by a tree or something? Okay, these double words are very interesting as well. All right, so there's a photograph of Carolyn Parker. We've got a toxicology report. This feels like probably what we should use our black light on. But let's do that in a bit. What else do we have? Night hunter handwriting sample. So it feels like someone is doing our work for us here. This might be a clue that this game is trying to make it easier than it would otherwise be. It feels like what we already did. We noted the A's are so stereotyped. And looks like they're got different exemplars of each letter to help us identify it. Not sure. Is this saying that these are from 1, 2? I'm just trying to understand, like, here's upper and lowercase, and then here's again lowercase and uppercase from different sources, presumably, but they all look like they're from the same source. So we've identified a couple letters that are very stylized that we've been looking for. For example, the backwards A's we noted, the crowbar R's, the Q's look pretty stylized too with this reverse angle. But you might also look at how the P's don't touch. Any other thing that really jumps out is be easy to recognize. The T's don't quite touch. Here's the P's not closing their loops. There's a very stylized letter. The D not closing its loop. The B doesn't close his loop. This guy doesn't close his top loops. There's his R. The P is the easiest to see it. This looks like, look at this, that his uppercase U looks like a lowercase u. It's got a curl down even though it's uppercase. Are we seeing that here too? Yeah, look at this. Uppercase U is written as lowercase. Odd. There's the P doesn't close. P lowercase doesn't close. Q with the sharp angle backwards. So he's got a very distinctive handwriting that John says, I think it's clever that the handwriting is on this transparent overlay. You're right. You could actually use this. That's a very good point. You could actually use this to overlay it and see how well does it line up. That's actually pretty wonderful. You could imagine police might prepare something like that. It's not clear to me why you need different versions, but I guess they're different sizes depending on his writing. Okay, so here is a close-up of the sign. Ferocious and disrespectful. Again, clearly the same handwriting. Looks like these are sort of burned in. Or maybe it's water on it. No, it doesn't look like it's damaged by water. So I wonder what's going on here. Ferocious and disrespectful. Okay. And here's a letter I guess he sent in. I wouldn't mind some details on when these letters were sent and received. But let's see what we've got here. Victim Caroline Parker, handwritten note found at the scene. That's interesting. And in the victim's left jacket pocket. Okay. Different piece of paper. Different signature. This almost looks like a profile view of a fox. There's the ears and looks like the snout comes this way. There's his angled double crossing W. Let's see what he says here. I can find no rest, no sanctuary here, no territory to call my own, no land on which it's safe to roam, not safe in bed or secluded cave, not safe at night although I reign. You think your games still trick me. You think my cunning has run dry. I leap and bound and dance and pounce. You'll never catch me. You'll never even try. So he does seem to be describing maybe a pouncing, bouncing animal, maybe a little fox in a cave. Okay, sure looks like same signature, same handwriting, this time on a piece of lined note paper. Again, we've received this as a fax, so there's not going to be any blacklight evidence on that. Anything else jump out to us about this sign before I put it away for now? Interesting how he's boxed these letters. They both have this thing where the upper left has got the extra bit. Keep that in mind. Looks like his handwriting. These look like they're burned in. I don't know what that's all about. And we don't yet know why he's using these two words to describe each body. We're told that one of the first body was described with words that everyone who knew the victim said would not apply to her. All right, let's see. What have we got next? Well, this is unexpected. It looks to me like we have a website we could log into. My things don't love this. This color matched was confusing it, but okay. It looks like we've got an actual website to log into. Let's put a little note here so we don't forget it. So the back of the box didn't suggest that we were going to have any. Green is not the right color to use. The back of the box didn't suggest we were going to have any internet, but this seems like we will. Now, what is this? Where was this information found? Edwards Natural Science Center, disciplinary action slip for Carolyn Parker. 10/5/21. Second warning. Note. This is the second time I've caught Caroline working without gloves while preparing specimens. Heavy metal poisoning is not something to be taken lightly, and I need her to take the required protective protocols like latex vinyl gloves more seriously. This will be Caroline's final warning. If this behavior is repeated, Caroline's access to laboratory work will continue only under direct supervision by her manager. Signed, Peter Wilson, who's got a completely different handwriting than anything we've seen. Her supervisor at Edwards Natural Science Center. Maybe that's where she was found. Okay, here's Stephen has written her a note, I guess. Good luck on your speech tonight. Break a fibula. Can't wait to see you up there. Okay, so it's all caps he's writing. And his handwriting looks completely different than our killer. The B's are connected. In fact, they're very stereotypically weirdly bigger on top. His U's are standard uppercase U's rather than having a descender. His E's are like his B's. They're bigger at top. Anyway, so clearly not the handwriting of the notes. And then she's got a set of keys. I'm assuming these are all Caroline's evidence. She's got a set of keys. She's got a medical bracelet suggesting she's got a heart problem, an angina, that's treated with nitroglycerin, 5 milligrams. So clearly heart problem you treat with nitroglycerin. She's got a login for the meds company, which we'll have to log into. And then she's crossed paths with someone named William Davenport, who's given her his business card from Lux International with the phone number obscured. William at something. We don't know his domain name, his email, or his website. He's a sales associate at Lux International. Okay. All right, well, we'll check that out before we move on. Don't worry. We don't know how she died, so we don't know what any of this is of what relation to us. But here we have the last two items in our folder. Crime scene report summary. Okay. Let me see what the chat's saying here. Maybe looks like drawing under the sidewise was a representation of the animal referred to in each letter. Okay, let's take a look at this before we start going back into that. Arkansas River Trail, Little Rock, Arkansas, 10/7/2021. Victim information, Caroline Parker. Date of birth is, can't tell. Don't know if that's on purpose or not. Age 38. Okay, well, we could figure out what her general date of birth was then. Female, 5'8", 155 pounds, red hair, green eyes. Distinguishing mark, she's got a tattoo of a moon on her back right shoulder. She's an archivist. She lives in Little Rock, Arkansas. Description of crime scene. Victim was posed on the branch of a tree, lying transversely over a large branch. What does transversely mean? The body was found in a small park just outside the Edwards Natural Science Center campus on the Arkansas River Trail, faced as if it was meant to be found by passerby. A small sign was hastily hung with string on the same branch as the victim's body and was positioned near the victim's head. It sure didn't look like string. It looked like wire, but okay. Hastily hung. I don't know how they know it was hastily hung. Position near the victim's head. Murder weapon. No murder weapon found at the scene of the crime. No evidence of blunt force trauma or stab wound. Bite marks on body appear to be from an animal. Exact cause of death undetermined. It sure looks like our killer is killing people by venom or poison. Bite marks on body, which we haven't identified yet. Okay, Matt says, looks like the drawing under the sidewise was representation of the animal, and Matt is leaving us. Okay. So she's found at the Edwards Natural Science Center, and that is in fact where she worked. This is important. This is the first victim we've seen that I think has been killed right near where they worked. And they want her body to be found, and she's up in a tree, which would be hard for certain animals to get to her, even though she's got bite marks. So that would be a key question we'd want to ask. Like, is it possible for the animal that gave the bite marks, would they have gone up the tree? Exact cause of death undetermined. Okay. And look at this. We've got a little bit of autopsy report. Report of investigation by county medical examiner at Little Rock, Pulaski County. The decedent is Caroline Ann Parker, female, age 38. Again, her date of birth is hard to read. That's a little bit of a coincidence. I'm not sure why that should be that way. Nitroglycerin, known medications, known medical conditions, angina. Little Rock police notified the husband, Stephen Parker, of death. Okay, so Stephen Parker is the husband. So there's the note from Stephen saying, good luck on your speech tonight. He's the husband. She was clothed. Again, green eyes, red hair, 155, 5'8". She's got a tattoo of a moon on her back right shoulder. She is demonstrating rigor. Liver mortis is bluish purple. This is for helping and fixed. This would be helping determine time of death, but I don't know enough about this to use that information. Hopefully the coroner will summarize. Okay, what have we got here? She's got dermal irritation on her mouth, so as if she had an allergic reaction to something. Looks like, again, around her neck and on her wrists. She's got a puncture on her back left neck. She's got a partial bite mark, it looks like, on her side of her ribs, almost, side of her waist. And then another partial bite mark on her upper right arm. Another partial bite mark on her upper right thigh and on her lower right shin, I guess you'd call it, or whatever that is, lower leg. Okay, so she's got bite marks all over, a puncture, and then dermal irritations all along her mouth, her neck, and her wrists. Back and front. Does that suggest she was tied up? That her hands were tied behind her? Maybe I was saying allergic reaction to the dermal abrasion, but is this more likely a case of tying up her hands, tying something around her mouth so she can't speak, and something around her neck? Not sure what this is. She's got a sort of square irritation, abrasion on her lower right back of her neck, opposite the puncture. Don't know what that is all about. Marks and wounds. Let's read the description. Perimortem bruising, bilateral wrist, ankles, and bruising to anterior neck extending to right posterior. Don't see marks of it here about the ankles. Not sure why they weren't drawn out by the coroner. Bruising, bilateral wrists, both wrists, ankles, bruising to anterior neck. That's our front of the neck. Extending. So here's what he's saying. He's saying anterior of the neck bruising, that's front of the neck, extending to right posterior, which is here. So she's got bruising around the front of her neck, continuing to the right back of her neck. Not sure why it's not extending to the left back of the neck, except that's where the puncture is. Bite marks found on the chest wall. Proximal right arm. Lateral right thigh. Posterior right lower leg. Single puncture wound detected on left posterior neck, which is there. Possible cause of death. Death consistent with anaphylaxis, meaning, can someone look up anaphylaxis? I think that means she can't breathe, like allergic reaction, the airway closed. If someone could look up anaphylaxis for us. Allergic shock, says the channel. We can't make out date of birth. That's her password. Oh, I see. We can't make out date of birth. We need it. That's her password. They just made it harder for us. And Jonathan says, yes, I'm reading it as irritation from being tied up. Could the neck marks be from the killer grabbing the neck? Hand only covers front and half back of the neck. Allergic shock is anaphylactic. And I think that would also, I think that leads to breathing problems. Okay, let's see, here we go. Disposition of case. Estimated date of death, 10/6/21. Autopsy is ordered, yes. T. Schmidt is the pathologist. Manner of death is pending investigation. I hereby declare, after receiving notice of the death described herein, I took charge of the body, made inquiries regarding the cause of death. This information herein regarding such death is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Linus Rogers. All right, let's see then what we can figure out of her date of birth. She's 38 at the time. And it's October 6th, 2021. So 17 would put it at 93. No, 83. 1983, is that right? 1983. She's born in 1983. Then you add 38. You get 2021. Okay, so born around 1983. I can't quite, I mean, I suppose I'm not good at these off by ones, depending on what month she was born. But there's date of birth. This looks like this might be like 7/15/82. 7. This kind of looks like 7/15 to me. But let's look at the other sheet as well. That looks like a 4. That first thing. That sure looks like a 4 to me. Boy, the year doesn't. It's really weird, but I guess we don't really care about the year because we can get that approximately right. We know that's about 1983. So what are these things, though? That sure looks like a 4. What is it, 724? Is that what we're looking at? 7, is that a 2 that we're seeing a partial 7, 2? Boy, it's not clear, though. Look again at this. Would that be consistent? Take some guesses, but it doesn't feel like the game would want us to take a guess. Can we use the black light on that? That's an interesting idea. Okay, well, let's try it. So if we try it on this, so there's certain things you aren't going to be able to see, I guess, with this black light. We'll try. Okay. Doesn't reveal any information on that. Doesn't seem to. I don't think the black light helps us with that, nor does holding it up to the light. Okay. So if I had to guess, I would guess we're not supposed to be able to make out her date of birth yet. Let's not worry about it for now. And then we've got the toxicology report. Now, this would be something I would expect we might be able to use the black light on. So let's see what we've got. Blood and tissue sample from the toxicology report. This seems like what the game wants us to use our black light on. So let's see if we can't do that together. Let's start by using this one. Oh yeah, look at that. Look how cool that is. Okay, and we know what those numbers are, right? Because we remarked on it as we were looking through it. All right, well, it's nice that it's nice and clear once you use this. So this is a clever little mechanic here. I mean, I don't know, it's pretty artificial, but okay, let's make a little card here of all these things. In fact, I could use my big light to help us maybe. All right, let's see. What have we got here? Actually, the little one was even better, but we've got, it doesn't feel like it matters where they are, does it? Almost feels like this big one is less useful than the small one, which surprises me. All right, let's go back to the small one then. All right, what have we got here? 47, 24. I don't think the position of these matter. 13, 16, 50, 30. We're back up to 47. We've got in the middle a 29, a 15, 16, 13, 24. Anything hidden off anywhere? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So there are our numbers. And let's get out our field guide and see if we can't make sense of what she's got in her bloodstream. Okay. So what does she have here? What chemicals were found in her toxicology? All right, so 13 is gabapentin. I don't know what that is. Let's go out so you can see it all. Okay. 16 was nitroglycerin. That's the thing that she's prescribed for her angina in her heart. 15 is alcohol. Okay. Not too much of a surprise if she's drinking occasionally, having a beer. 50 was lead. That might be one of the things she's picked up because she's not using gloves properly. And Tina says that GABA might be a drug for epilepsy or pain. Okay. What about 30? 30 is benzodiazepine. I believe this is going to be like what they used to call a Benny back in the old days, but I think this is like Valium. Can someone check that out? It's a diazepam. It's a might be anti-anxiety, relaxing. I think. 29 is something I don't know what that is. What is 29? Carisoprodol. I have no idea what that is. $47 is strychnine. Now that sounds like a poison. That would kill you. And then what's 24? 24 is methyl trichloride. Now that is a poison that you might find. I believe methyl trichloride is going to be a solvent. Something you sometimes use to clean, like if you clean a paintbrush, I think. But I need that looked up. I might be completely wrong. Okay, so Tina is confirming what I said about diazepam. So that's that. That's the benzodiazepam. So we've got one that's a lead, which is an environmental poison you could get in your work, but it wouldn't be something you would use to poison someone. But we've got the methyl trichloride. I believe that could be used as a solvent and a cleaner. So I don't but that would kill you if someone injected it to you. But the strychnine looks like the clear thing that you would poison someone. But what is carisoprodol? Is one of these going to be a venom? Logan says that's right about the brush cleaner, Jesse. It's a solvent from her work. Good. Okay, so I was right about methyl trichloride. I wonder if we're going to find that one of these is a venom. Is carisoprodol going to be a venom? What is carisoprodol? Because otherwise, right now, we've got two potential poisons. A methyl trichloride would certainly damage you, but maybe it wouldn't be a poison. It wouldn't be a poison that would, well, I don't know. I mean, I know it's terrible for you, but I don't know if it would actually kill you if you had an injection of it. Probably not, but it would really, it would probably cause huge irritations where it was put in. You have to put a bunch of it to poison someone. But strychnine sounds like what you would kill. Check the field guide. Well, the field guide doesn't really tell us which are poisons and venoms. It just lists them all. So it is interesting that this game doesn't have clear instructions for us about when we would use the internet and when we wouldn't. If I had to guess, I would guess that the game is telling us that we could look these things up on the internet, which is kind of what we're doing here. Okay, Carisprolol is a muscle relaxant for stiff muscles and spasms. Okay, well that doesn't sound like a venom or something that you would poison you. So right now we've got, I believe, two candidates, right? Strychnine, which is surely a poison. I don't know what the origin of strychnine is. Maybe we need to start getting this set up for us to be doing some searches. I wouldn't mind getting my keyboard over here, so I don't have to type. We'll do that in a second. I'll bring my keyboard up in the next break. Let's see if we can find out a little bit of strychnine. Strychnine is highly toxic, colorless, bitter, crystalline alkaloid used as a pesticide, particularly for killing small vertebrates such as birds and rodents. Inhaled, swallowed, or absorbed through the eyes or mouth cause poisoning, which results in muscular convulsions, eventually death through asphyxia. That sounds like our death. That sounds like the symptoms of our death. It was used historically in small doses to strengthen muscle contraction, such as heart and bowel stimulant, performance-enhancing drug. Crazy. The most common source is from seeds of the tree, and she was found in a tree. Sure sounds like this is probably, if you had to guess, that this would be our poison of choice. She's in a tree. It was made from trees. It's killing birds and rodents. Is that somehow consistent with the note around her neck or near her head? Ferocious and disrespectful. Not really. So the only other thing that could get her is the methyl trichloride, but I don't see how that feels like that the methyl trichloride wouldn't cause you to die of asphyxia and anaphylactic shock. I think it would probably make you very ill and sick. We could look it up. I need to get my keyboard in a minute, but let's see, methyl trichloride. Let's see if we can see any. What we want is the side effects, the signs of poisoning. I think you'd get very sick from it. It wouldn't make you. It wouldn't send you into anaphylactic shock. I don't think. I think it would. Let's just say search for poisoning. Poisoning symptoms is what I want. I think my gut tells me that the symptoms would be very different, that you would get very ill. That's my gut. Mouthwash overdose. Doesn't look like it's actually found methyl trichloride. Methanol poisoning. Methylene chloride, that sounds very similar. Let's see what the symptoms. Exposure to high levels. Skin irritation. Inhalation, yeah, you could get, people could be sniffing it. Skin and eye irritation. It's possible that they used, it's not chloroform though. All right, we're not finding any great information online, but it feels like strychnine is going to be our most likely thing that killed her. Now, we're at an interesting point here because we've gone through all the evidence that we're allowed to go through before we have to answer this question of how she was killed. What was the exact question we were given? Let's take a look at it. Let's find it again. The exact question that we have to answer online before we can proceed is exactly what was used to kill Caroline Parker. There was a question about the concentration of it. Well, we weren't told. All we have is this toxicology report. We weren't given any instructions how to interpret this. I just interpreted that the numbers anywhere meant anything, but is it possible that it's saying like what's here is more concentrated? Our biggest, our 47 is our strychnine. So there's our strychnine, but we have there's no sense that the anything is more significant than the other. Either the location, the angle, the size of the shape. I don't think we're meant to infer anything other than these substances were found on her, in her blood. Okay. And I don't know why we would pick anything up with the black light on the photograph. I don't think a photograph could capture it. Ferocious and disrespectful. We don't know what these mean. It's possible these are clues to anything, something. Could it be clues to the way they were killed? Any sign of strychnine in this? They're not anagrams. Delia says, I wonder what is the relationship of the night killer with Caroline? Did he know her if we assume those two words are her characteristics? If he knew her, he may have known her medication needs. Maybe use something that interacts with what she was taking. It would be a good question. Does anything have an interaction with nitroglycerin? I don't think so. And then the other question is, what we've got here. Caroline's working without gloves. Heavy metal poisoning is not something to be taken lightly. So I believe this is the explanation for how she has lead in her system, but that's not going to kill her. That might damage her neurologically eventually, but it's not going to kill her. The strychnine would, though, and she's not going to pick up strychnine naturally, so that sure seems like the poison. But this clearly is directing us to log into her website. But it didn't feel like good luck on your speech tonight. She's got a speech tonight. So I wonder if she wasn't captured somewhere where she was giving her speech. But it's kind of strange. Like, do we think that we're supposed to figure this out before we try to guess at her cause of death, or do we return to that? Let's look at this note about her again. It was in her left jacket pocket. I find no rest, no sanctuary here, no territory to call my own, no land on which it's safe to roam, not safe in bed or secluded cave, not safe at night, although I reign. That's a weird statement. You'll never catch me, you'll never even try. This seems like it might be the fox that is being talked about here. Interesting. Hmm. Look at this backwards A here, but the rest of the U doesn't look right. Caroline Parker. So here's something that that we didn't consider. In the field guide, we noticed that these are by geographical area, right? And we mentioned about the idea of looking at a map of the United States, but now that's even more significant because these things are happening in different states. And I think that would restrict us to a given murder, whether we're in the southeast, northwest, etc. So I think we do need to look at a map of the United States, because I think that might help tell us what region these different states are in. It's kind of annoying. Oh, come on, guys. Look at this whole web is full of crap advertisements. That's just the life we live now. All right, let's see what we've got here. So let's look at Caroline Parker. Caroline Parker is found in Arkansas. Okay, well, there's Arkansas. What would we call that? Southeast? South? It's definitely not north. Well, let's see. Southeast. We've got southwest. That would be like Arizona. I think we're in southeast here. Raccoon, wolf, deer, bat. Well, what happened to fox? Sure seems like this might be a fox. But fox is not supposed to be in the southeast according to our thing. Okay. Well, that theory doesn't seem to help much. Let me just put the black light on this, see if there's any. I mean, I think you could assume that if we're looking at a photograph of stuff, it's not going to be useful. All right, let me see if there's any. Maybe it's Southwest. There was a fox listed as Southwest. I don't think Arkansas is Southwest. But I suppose. Not sure that actually helps us all that much. I do know that the scientist, she is a scientist at a nature park. I'm still trying to pick out, is there a possible connection with these words like ferocious and disrespectful? I just want to make sure like the scientific name of something isn't FD. Don't see anything. All right. So we've got a couple of options here we can think about. One option is we can just we can try to solve this question of what killed her by guessing that it's the strychnine. The other option is we could go on this website and see if we can guess her date of birth based on the sort of partial writings here, which doesn't feel like we're supposed to figure that out. Another possibility is that we could guess that we're missing some clue about her date of birth. She's got a tattoo of a moon on her back right shoulder. Would that suggest a star sign? That might tell us what month she was born in. Another possibility is that the website, remember, may have other information for us, may have witness statements. So we might want to check, that might be the first thing to look, to see if we can check witness statements to see if we might if there might be more information. Yet another possibility, is it possible that the speech he's talking about is her birthday speech? Seems unlikely, right? But we don't know why she's having to give a speech. But is it, that would be one guess, like she's got alcohol in her system. Is it possible that she was headed for a birthday and that's her birthday just happened? Okay, well, I love these moments where you sort of don't know where to do next, but I think our best bet is probably to check out the website and see if it wasn't clear whether there was other information for us on the web other than just answering questions. The other possibility is that somewhere in the beginning of this case we were told, because we were told about a new victim right at the beginning. And so it might be that right from the beginning we were told. Unsettling case in Arkansas. Is it a copycat? All right. Lots of interesting possibilities. I think what we'll do here is that we'll take a break now. We'll take a break. We'll come back, I'll get the keyboard out, and we'll check out the website, and we'll see if the website has any evidence that we haven't seen yet. and then we'll discuss what we want to do. All right. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. 11 people in the channel, including Anna, who has just come in and caught up, our chief detective, our lead detective here. We were debating about the letter of our new murder victim, Carolyn Parker. Looks like it's about a fox. We were saying, where is the state of Arkansas in our map region? Because our animal guide has animals arranged by area of the U.S. I went and searched online. It's clear this game does require some internet use. It didn't look to me like Arkansas was in the Southwest, and there's a bunch of maps that seem to have differing opinions about it. Like here, where are the Southwest states? And here you could see Arkansas is absolutely not. But then other places have Arkansas listed as, actually, AR is not, yeah. AR must be Arkansas. And AZ is Arizona. So according to some maps, Arkansas is in the Southwest. If Arkansas is in the Southwest, then we could be looking at the red fox being the animal that's being drawn out here by our killer. Dance and pounce, that certainly sounds like the red fox, but that doesn't really help us. Omnivore vulpus, that doesn't shed any light, I don't think, on the words that are used, ferocious and disrespectful. So that doesn't seem to help us much. And we were saying that our next step would be to go to the website. I think that's still true. Let's go to the website and see if there's additional information on that website that might help us figure out her date of birth so we can access her medical company. Whether we really need that or not, I'm not sure. Okay, so we're going to go to the website of the game. 4 chapters. We're going to click chapter 1 and see what happens. Okay, so it looks like there are more pieces of information for the game that we haven't read yet that are only available online. It's a little bit of a, the game would be well advised to have communicated that a little bit better. Because at the back of the box, it seems to suggest just go online for hints and solution, but it's clear here that there's actual piece of evidence for us. I don't know if these are counted in the 100. Okay, so we've got Bill's interview, eyewitness testimonies, and interview with Stephen Parker. So Stephen Parker is going to be the husband. Who is Bill, though? Well, let's just click on it and find out here. Okay, Bill's interview. What have we got here? Interview with Bill Mendex. Oh, here's the guy who confessed. All right, this is a little scary. Case number, transcript of interview with Bill Henry Mendex. Officer Merriweather, sit down, please. We have a few questions for you. What is this about? OM, I'd like you to take a look at these photos. Why are you showing these to me? You recognize this? Looks like the work of the night hunter to me, showing him the picture of Caroline Parker. This looks like the work of the night hunter to me. Well, obviously, it can be no such thing. You'd have noticed if I left the building, assuredly. Don't be disrespectful to me. Tell me who might have done something like this. And why do you think I would know that? And why would I tell you if I did? We see the letters you get from your fans. We screen them, you know. So many wannabes out there trying to impress the great night hunter. And how is that my responsibility? Well, you started all of this, so tell me, how are they replicating your kills? We never released this information to the public, and as far as I know, you never did either. Of course not. No magician ever reveals their methods. Don't be clever. You're no magician, just a murderer. Same chemical you used to kill Miss Bennett and all the others was found in this victim's blood. So who did you tell? Sounds like you used the same chemical every time. Maybe I told, maybe I didn't. I'm already in jail for life. There's nothing more you can do to me. If you think this is as bad as we can make things for you, you're wrong. If I had my way, you'd be in the chair, but how would you feel after a year of solitary? I'll cooperate. Okay, then tell us where you got your chemicals. Tell us where the copycat killer might be getting theirs. I can't tell you that. Besides, they wouldn't be in business anymore anyway. Did you not hear me? I could put you in solitary for the rest of your life if you don't answer me. I'm sorry, I really can't answer that question. Now, I'd like to be returned to my cell, please. I have nothing left to say to you. We'll be watching you, inmate. All right, so it sounds like he's using the same drug, a single drug, the same chemical you used to kill Mrs. Bennett and all the others. Who did you tell? Maybe I told, maybe I didn't. And then we want to know, where did he get this chemical? Although after he says chemicals, And he says, I can't tell you that. They wouldn't be in business anymore. It sounds like he's probably using some, it kind of sounded like he was using some animal venom based on the field guide and everything, but we didn't find any animal venom in her body, did we? He's found strychnine, which seems like it would be used to kill her. Maybe he's asking where he found strychnine. I don't know. Why is he saying he's going to cooperate? And then he's saying, I'm sorry, ... I really can't answer that question. Okay, so I know what occurred to me there. See if you can guess what I'm thinking. So you're reading this thing. He sounds like he's like, well, obviously I didn't get out, so I didn't kill him. Da 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 da. We say we're going to put you in solitary confinement. And he says, okay, I'll cooperate. And then we say, tell us where you get your chemicals. He says, I can't tell you that. But besides, that was 20 years ago. They won't be in business anyway. And then we say, I'm going to put you in solitary confinement for the rest of your life. And he says, I'm sorry. Pause. I really can't answer that question. That sounds to me like maybe he doesn't know. He doesn't know where the chemical came from. In other words, he's either not the original killer or was being given the drugs by someone. So it sounded like a sort of a literal answer. I can't answer the question because I don't know. Okay. That's interesting. All right. So that's the end of that interview. Let's see what our eyewitness testimony is. Carolyn Parker eyewitness testimonies. The following are highlights from interviews with witnesses to the scene of the crime that were picked up by the local police as they begin to follow leads. So far, none of these witnesses have been identified as suspects. It's interesting that this looks like it could have been physical evidence. I'm not sure why it isn't physical evidence in the book. Why is it put online? It's even a scan of an image of a paper. Leon Bradley, 41, security guard that discovered the body. I've never seen anything like this before. I was just about to start my shift and was walking across the campus to grab a coffee when I saw the body. Poor Miss Parker. I didn't know her well, but she was well liked. I always enjoyed listening to her speak. I didn't touch the body. I know enough to know that's not what you do. Instead, I called for help and someone nearby called 911. I could have left to make the call myself, but I didn't want anyone to think I was running from the scene of the crime. Here's Vera White, 56, the gardener. I heard a shout, like someone was hurt, and I ran out to find the source of the racket. I saw that security guard shouting for help and immediately called 911. I didn't dare get close to the scene. I didn't want to see more than I already had. I don't need any images like that in my mind. Peter Wilkinson, the supervisor, he's the one that wrote her up for not using proper latex glove protection. I have worked with Leon a long time, and I know he didn't have anything to do with this. Just the wrong guy in the wrong place. I'm glad I wasn't the one to find the body. Caroline had a long career ahead of her. I spent a fair amount of time at the museum listening to her speak. She was a true talent. We were all out for drinks after her lecture the night she was killed. It was her birthday that day, and I was thrilled to be able to give her the news that we were promoting her into a leadership role. She had wanted to head a department for so long. What a terrible thing this is. It's such a shame that someone as kind-hearted and talented as Carolyn can meet such a gruesome and horrifying end like that. Okay, well, it was as I kind of I mean, I did suggest it might be her birthday on this day, and that's might be why she's got alcohol and was speaking. It turns out that was half right. That is why they went out celebrating and drinking. But it sounds like she gave talks all the time. All right. So it's her birthday the day she was killed, and they went out at night. That's interesting that they went out at night, and then she was brought back to where she worked, I guess, overnight. That's kind of weird. And it's also a little weird that Peter Wilkinson isn't mentioning this write-up of her. Like, he wrote her up a day or two ago, and he's saying that he's caught her not wearing gloves, and if she keeps it up, she's not even going to be able to work in the laboratory without supervision by manager. And then here in his statement, the same guy is claiming he's about to promote her to a leadership role. That's a little weird. All right, so given that this was her birthday when she was killed, which is the night before she was found. She's found on 10/7, so 10/6/83 is Caroline's birthday. Date of birth. DOB. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a second. We'll log into her site. I see that no one looked up transverse, though. And I want, for my own knowledge, to understand what transverse means. So let's see, define transverse. Transverse is lying across crosswise. Crossing from side to side athwart crossways. So it sounds like they're just basically, though, in this case, saying she was lying across this tree branch, not in any particular way. You could have left that word right out of it. Okay, well, we know her date of birth. Let's log into her website and see what medicine she was taking. Maybe it can help us rule out some stuff. All right, here we go. So she's at medscompany.com, which redirects to the Night Hunter Meds Company. Okay. Her username is Caroline B. And her date of birth is 10/06/83. But it says it must be 8 characters. So 10/06/1983. How about that? And log in. Okay, we're in. Let's see what we've got here. Current prescriptions: nitroglycerin for sudden angina, gabapentin, manage mild nerve pain, benzodiazepine for anxiety, and carisoprodol for muscle spasms. Okay, well, this is exactly what we had figured out on our own were harmless medicines. Let's see if we can put this side by side here. So essentially we're saying that the gabapentin was prescribed to her, the nitroglycerin was prescribed to her, the benzodiazepine was prescribed to her. Alcohol was from her drinking out the night before. We believe the lead is what she's improperly not protecting herself from. And probably the same thing is true for the methyl trichloride, that it's a solvent she uses at her work. Clearly, it's referencing lead here, heavy metal poisoning. So that's the lead, but it's possible that the methyl trichloride is the same thing. And then the carazoprodol was her muscle spasms, maybe for her periods or something. So that leads us with the strychnine as the poison. The only one that's also not candidate is the methyl trichloride, but I really think the methyl trichloride would have different symptoms, whereas the strychnine is the thing that you could inject to kill someone. I think you probably have a hard time injecting this into someone and killing them. That's my guess. Anna says, the hunter is imitating an animal every time, but not the same animal, it seems. Any significance of the victims, like having a birthday on the same day, seems interesting. Those are great points. It's not 100% clear that he's imitating an animal each time, but yes, he's doing something with the body that seems related to the animal. Like we think maybe the raccoon one he put in the trash, the woman found in an unusual position, we might think is the snake without them saying the shape. And then, but this woman is found up a tree. That's not really fox-like behavior. And ferocious and disrespectful doesn't really sound like a fox, but he signed it. He's certainly signing it with a different name. And as far as the interview with the killer seemed to think that they're always using the same chemical to kill people. So I guess we're guessing that's strychnine. All right. Well, we still got more to do online, however. So let's go back to our online. Chapter 1. Okay, so there are eyewitness statements. Anything here? So we did remark, I guess we should start keeping a little list of clues, though, of things that are suspicious. So Anna made a nice, expressed one in a very detective standpoint, from a very good detective perspective. She said, the old line about there are no coincidences, like the fact that you die on your birthday is a coincidence that should take our attention. That's Caroline Parker. I'm going to write down another little suspicious thing is that Peter Wilkinson doesn't mention the reprimand. And then another piece of clue is that our Maddox guy can't say where he got poison. Poison chemical. It's a good question where you would get strychnine. We're told online that it's from a tree or something. Anna was thinking maybe this animal is not a fox. Maybe this animal is a cat of some sort. I wonder. A bear can climb up a tree. Well, we'll worry about it later. It's not necessary for us now. Now I believe we're ready to answer this question, but don't even have to yet. We still got one more thing, interview with the husband. Let us go and listen or read the interview with the husband. Okay, here we go. Interview with Stephen Parker. The following excerpt has been pulled from the interview with Stephen Parker, the victim's husband. Mr. Parker is labeled as a possible suspect. The interview transcript is as follows. I didn't even know she didn't make it back safely until the next morning. honestly, I didn't check to make sure she did until I got up to shower. Look, I'm gonna share this, but I don't want you to get the wrong idea. We got in a little bit of a fight that night, but nothing serious. It's the kind of thing that married couples do, you know? I went to watch her speak at her symposium on the preparation of specimens. It's a gory subject, honestly, but it was a special night. Not only was she giving this talk on her birthday, but it's a subject she's been wanting to speak on for years. Always hated the taxidermy side of her work, but this talk was interesting and educational. I loved seeing her shine up there on such a special night. We went to the museum bar for a drink to calm her post-lecture anxiety, and we both had a few too many. Before I knew it, we were arguing about something petty. I can't even remember what it was. That sounds like a lie. Anyway, I tried to get her to come home, but she asked me to leave her there with her colleagues. We lived so close that we always walked to and from the museum, so I walked home and slept on the basement couch. She was going to follow me home when she was done. I keep playing that night through my mind over and over again. I should have never left her there. I could have just waited for her out front and walked her home or something. I'm never going to forgive myself. All right. Anything jump out as suspicious there? She's going to give a talk on the preparation of specimens related to taxidermy. So was our killer there at the talk, and is that how he found her and picked her and killed her? She could have been trying to walk home. They live very close by. Okay. What were they fighting about? Was she having an affair? Is that what they were fighting about? Seems like a lie that he can't remember what it was that they were fighting about. Seems like a good cop should have pressed him on that. And it is saying pouncing, living in caves. It sounds like a cat to her. Secluded cave. Not safe at night, although I rain. That does rain sounds like a description of a lion or something. I dance and pounce. You can never catch me. You'll never even try. So if it was a cat, what would it be? A tiger, an exotic animal. We have a leopard and a tiger, but we don't have any. There are wild cats that are in America, but not on our list here. Other than the exotic tigers and leopards, which aren't in America. You might have like a jaguar, would be a much more American, or a mountain lion. Mountain lion would be something that might be found in Arkansas. And a lion is the king of the jungle, so that would be the rain. So maybe we shouldn't assume that all the animals are going to be in here. I mean, maybe that's a mountain lion. Let's just look up here for a second. Let's do a little bit of search for mountain lion in Arkansas. Mountain lion sighting. Return of the Arkansas mountain lion. So maybe that's what he's pretending to be, and that's what that is a picture of there. That's what his drawing is, possibly a mountain lion. Mountain lion would put something up a tree. And it says, isn't a mountain lion a cat? Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying like that matches not only the pouncing and the dancing, but it also and the tree, but it also mentions this part about although I reign, like the lions are the kings of the jungle. So that seems like this could be a reference to a mountain lion. All right, let's just put this here because if it's significant to us, this could be a mountain lion. I'm just trying to think of like what specific cats would be found in Arkansas, and a mountain lion seems like might be a relative, reasonable one. Okay, so we've solved that. We've made our notes of our clues. We think we know strychnine was the poison. Are we ready to answer the objective 1.1, which is what killed her? What was used to kill Caroline Parker? Okay, are we ready to do this? Do we... What do we do? It says, check objective answers. Okay, this sounds like it. I wonder if this is going to be a quiz or this is just going to tell us. Let's just click solution here. If we're guessing strychnine. So now let's see what happens when we click solution. Is it going to tell us or is it going to quiz us? I'm clicking solution. Here we go. Okay, it's giving us a choice here. And here we go. Okay, so in fact, we are being given the two things that we can't explain why are in our system. Not just the one, we were guessing strychnine, but actually we know that it's this one right here, but it's listing both of them, or it's going to make us choose between them afterwards. But there's our choice, right? And actually, while we're at this now, actually, since I've got this up, let me just actually type in this again. We searched for this in the beginning, but methylene, methyl trichloride, is that? Methanil trichloride. Methanil trichloride. It's chloroform. Okay. So I was reading it as methyl trichloride as a solvent, which is also a poison. But it sounds like that what we've got is chloroform instead. Or maybe they're similar shared stuff. Methanol trichloride. Chloroform. Okay, well, that makes a little more sense now. So, methyl trichloride, how strange. Synonyms are methanol trichloride and methyl trichloride. Okay, so I was mistaking it with something very similar in name that's a solvent and a poisonous if you take too much of it, harmful for the immune system, everything. But now it's clear it's chloroform. You knock them out with chloroform and then you inject strychnine, which makes the answer to this a little more of a clear answer that it's these two things. Okay, so let's go ahead and click this as our answer. Correct. Methanol trichloride is also known as chloroform, and strychnine hydrochloride is commonly used as rat poison. Okay, well, we knew it was a vermin rodent poison. Sounds like you could get that from any rat poison stuff. And he's killing everyone with the, we believe, the same MO. Okay, so now it says back to solution page. So we've solved objective 1.1, not particularly hard, but pretty enjoyable. And then I guess the idea now is that we can now access this. Do not open until you solve objective 1.1. So we've solved objective 1.1, so I guess we get to open this. Let's see what this is. All right, what have we got? Another clear overlay. This says bite marks taken off of Caroline Parker's body. Let's take a little look at this, a little close-up look. So it's this interesting overlay that we can use. What do you notice here? Could we maybe line up these bite marks? It's not clear where they were taken, but these look to me like not carnivore teeth marks from our field guide. We don't have a, let's see, remember we've got herbivores and carnivores. These look like herbivore bite marks or mixed. And we think that was sounded more like the description of a mountain lion, which we don't have, but we do have similar creatures, a tiger and a leopard, which look very similar. Might suggest that if it was a lion, mountain lion local to Arkansas, it would look like this. Does that look consistent with this? Kind of, right? So that actually is a carnivore, not an omnivore or a herbivore. But these marks look like they might be consistent with that. I don't know if we're supposed to, how we're supposed to read this. Like, they just look like random bite marks. Each grid is a separate bite. Yeah, that, if I had to guess, that's kind of what I would guess. Let's see if we got any black light that sheds any light on this. No. It does seem like we're meant to overlay this. Like, would we look at that? Like, there's that. Oh, look at that. Wait a second. Look at that. Look how this actually lines up here. What about here? What about the other leopard? Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is this is a match for a cat. Let's see if the others match. Yeah, look at that. Holy crap. What we've got here is a basic cat match, I think. Yeah, look at that. These are the tiny two front teeth. Doesn't that's like this lined up, this lined up. Let's see if they all line up. What about this one? Is this like this? Look at that. Holy cow. What we've got, that's the third matchup, and then we're going to match up our fourth one right here. Or is this our fourth one? Wow. Look at that. Okay. So that's pretty cool. What have we learned? We've learned each grid is a different bite mark, and that you can line this up and try to find an overlap with an animal for each bite mark. You might have to rotate it around. And in this case, you shouldn't expect 100% perfect match, but we've basically matching it up with the species of animal. And I think this is the fact that the tiger looks like the leopard is telling us that this is the basic bite pattern of a cat, a canine, or whatever, a cat, whatever the cat species genus is. And what we've got is clear match with a cat, a large cat. And that when you look at the bite marks, you shouldn't expect to see the full set of teeth, unless it's some deep bite, but rather just a few teeth. All right, so pretty cool. What we've done now is we've matched the description from the poem of a cat of some type, a mountain lion probably. We've matched the bite prints to look like a mountain lion, to look like a tiger or a leopard, which is as close as we can get to a mountain lion. And we know that mountain lions are found in the Southwest. Now, you might say, are there other creatures that look like that bite print? Are we going too quickly? Like the coyote is pretty similar in spirit to the tiger, but a coyote doesn't match those characteristics. All right, so I think it feels like that Caroline is a mountain lion. I think this part here about although I reign is the pounce tells us it feels like a cat, maybe a fox, but probably a cat. And then this, although I reign, this really sounds like you're talking about sort of lions and stuff. No territory to call my own, that might be an allusion to the mountain lions not having territories, I'm not sure. All right, that's pretty cool. And then we've got this letter. Let's read it. Agents, your thorough analysis of the crime scene was well done and has already proved to be invaluable to this investigation. Considering that the same chemicals were used and bite marks were found on each of the victims, the parallels between the Night Hunter killings and the murder of Caroline Parker are impossible to ignore. I viewed the bite marks myself and believe something about them seems incomplete. Enclosed is a copy of the bite mark impression taken from Caroline Parker's body. If you can identify the species of animal that left these marks, it may help us understand how it lines up with the murder. Objective 1.2. Determine which local scavenging animal made the bite marks on Caroline Parker's body. What local scavenging animal? So we considered that it might be a fox. I don't think that's right, but let's see what happens if you try to line up these things. I mean, those teeth kind of line up, but that seems a little small. It's a little upsetting how easily you can line up different animals. That looks too small. I don't know now. Now it feels like we could almost line up all of these. What about this one? Doesn't seem right to me. Well, some of them you could. Okay, what does the chat want me to pay attention to? Jesse, have you seen the film Felidae? It's a very odd movie about an R-rated animated film. Looks like 90s Disney or Booth, about a cat investigating serial killing of other cats in his neighborhood. I think you should give it a watch. I've never heard of it. Not seen it, never heard of it even. Scavenger, huh? So this is a little confused. This letter is throwing me a little bit. Anyone have any thoughts on this? This, they want the species, and then it says determine which local scavenging animal made the bite marks. So maybe we're reading too much into the part about being up in a tree. It really seemed like, but the animal that bit it must have been able to go up in a tree. And if we're in Arkansas, we're either talking about southwest or southeast. So let's just look. If it's southeast, it feels like this is not going to match raccoon with this big front sharp teeth. It's not going to be a bat, but could it be a wolf? I don't think doesn't look like a wolf. Look how the wolf's teeth sort of curve in at the end. That doesn't match our stuff here. So it doesn't match raccoon, surely doesn't match. His back teeth are too big. Could it be a coyote though? We're not talking about northeast. It could be southwest. Could this be a fox? I don't know how the fox is going to get up there after her though. So I would still guess. I guess this is the way to think about it. This is the challenge for us. The challenge is the letter seems to be suggesting that he's acting like an animal, and our letter seemed to be suggesting he's acting like a mountain lion. But the case is asking us to identify the animal that may have bit her. And what we don't know is if the killer did the biting as part of his MO, or if a different animal got to the body. But it's only been there one night. Seems unlikely that an animal is biting her in all these different places overnight, tentatively up in a tree. So that would suggest that the killer is doing it. Okay, so here's what I'd like to suggest we do. My suggestion is that we go to the website and we see the choices. And if it says mountain lion is one of our choices, or whatever the type of genus, the species of animal is mountain lion, if that's listed, then I think we pick that. And if we've given other choices, then we've slightly done it wrong. Anna agrees. Jonathan, are you on board with that idea? Because it could leak information, But I don't feel like there's no more evidence for us to find to help us answer that. It's just whether we want to use this differently. But I feel like it really lined up with the cats. Jonathan agrees. Okay, so we're going to go to the website. We're going to go back. Okay, back to chapter. All right, objective 1.2. Determine which local scavenging animal made the bite marks. Okay, so we're going to click solution. And that's not quite what we hoped to find. Well, that's troublesome. It's a troublesome question because we don't know why it's telling us to assume that a local scavenging animal did it. That feels like leaking information. And then there's this none choice. Well, I suppose we can start by looking at these 4 animals. I mean, I suppose she could have gotten bitten before she got put in a tree, so we shouldn't just assume that just because she's in a tree, she was bitten in a tree, but that seems unlikely. I mean, someone had to kill her. She's only been there for a day. How long can she stay on the ground before he moves her up to the tree? So it seems like whoever bit her had to bite her while it was in the tree, and a bat was biting her? That seems insane. White-tailed deer, these just seem the same. Only the wolf seems a possibility for us. Okay, so let's look at wolf for a second. So a wolf is in the southeast, which is where Arkansas could be. Let's see if we can match up wolf, how well the teeth marks match up with wolf. I'm going to go starting with here. Okay, so that, let's do it so you can see it better. What's the best way for you to see it? Okay. Give you the best view I can give you. Okay, so this is wolf. So, I mean, assuming, we don't know how good it has to match, but I mean, that could match a wolf with a bigger jaw, but everything is scaled, so it feels like this is suggesting that's not a great match. Let's just keep going here. This is a reasonable match. Although, yeah, reasonable. What about this one, though? This is the one I don't like as far as a match goes, because look at this. This suggests that there's the front teeth, and then these are back teeth, but look how these continue on this line, whereas the wolf curves in at the back. So to me, this feels like this bite tells us it's not a wolf. Now, what about raccoon? To me, this is the bite mark that proves it's not a raccoon. Raccoon has tiniest front teeth. These front teeth are too big for a raccoon. Bat is far too narrow to meet our prints. Here's our white-tailed deer. That's just ridiculous. It doesn't have any sharp, pointy teeth. So I think what we've got here is that it's none of these, which is just further proof of our theory that it's being made to look like a lion, biting her with the false teeth. I agree. I completely agree with that. This is a weird set of choices, though. I guess what we're going to say is none. I would just like that phrase differently, like none of these or something like that. So we're all agreed, are we not, that the answer we're going to give is none? Is everyone okay, happy with my analysis of teeth marks? Convinced that we're not talking about one of those animals? Seems pretty clear to me it's not one of those four listed. I just don't like how the question is phrased to almost force us to think about one of those. Okay. We're going to say none here. Let's see what happens. Correct. Fold the transparent sheet that shows the bite marks from Caroline Parker's body so that all partial bite marks overlap. Compare this to the field guide to determine that the bite marks came from a leopard, which is not a local scavenging animal. Okay. Well, that sounds like we got it right. We basically figured it out. It is suggesting that that it might be easier for us to identify animals if we actually cut these out and overlaid them with each other to get a fuller, might be an easier way to do it. All right, so we may have to decide if we get more of these, whether we want to cut this game up to make it a little easier for us. It's also saying specifically that that's from a leopard. I was a little more ambiguous about identifying the species without saying it's specifically a leopard. It seemed more logical to me that it was imitating a mountain lion, especially given that he said it was Irene. But either way, we figured out the basic idea. All right. So a little bit of a trick question there. And I'm just going to make a note that we said mountain lion, but it said leopard. The fact that it's a leopard, though, makes much more clear that this guy is like using teeth marks of some exotic animal, would be harder to get hold of, have to be taxidermy, I would guess, rather than catching his own real leopard. All right, now that we've done that, though, we have access to our next envelope. Chapter 1, Envelope 2, do not open until you solve Objective 1.2. Jonathan says, I think there probably should have been more of a tutorial before we got a trick question. All right, so shall we open this, or do you want to take a break first? Feels like there's enough in here that maybe we should take a break first. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing the Night Hunter. We've just finished objective 1.2 correctly, answered it correctly, and opened the last envelope of chapter 1. The previous envelope just had a couple things in it. This one seems to have a little bit more. Let's see what we've got here. We often talk about how it's nice when these games are staged into 3 acts with some hidden envelopes that reveal hidden information. This game absolutely feels like it's embraced this longer form staged thing, and now we've got 2 envelopes even within chapter 1. All right, let's see what we've got here. It's a note from Captain Snow, from the desk of Captain Snow. Agents, the conclusion of your investigation into the bite marks is surprising. Leads us to more questions regarding how they were left on the victim. The Little Rock Zoo has accounted for all leopards at their facilities. We've requested that local law enforcement follow up on your findings by questioning exotic animal permit holders in the central Arkansas area, although none are currently known to possess leopards. The forensics report has been received for the bite marks on the previous 3 victims and concludes that these bite marks were not forceful enough to be indicative of an animal attack or scavengers. The possibility that this killing was not conducted by a copycat must be considered. If that is the case, then there's a killer on the loose, and the motive behind Bill Mendax's confession is suspicious and needs to be further questioned so that we may bring the real Night Hunter to justice. Objective 1.3, find substantial evidence that suggests Mendax is not responsible for the Night Hunter killings. All right, let me read this again. No leopards around, so they're curious. Now, we've got the report for the bite marks on the previous 3 victims. Concludes these bite marks were not forceful enough to be indicative of an animal attack or scavengers. So they've reopened the previous case from 25 years ago, looked at the bite marks, and decided that they're not from real animals. Then he says the possibility that this killing was not conducted by a copycat must be considered. These seem like non sequiturs to me. He's like, it sounds like he's saying there's 2 points to make. The first is that none of the people were attacked by animals or scavengers. And then the second point is totally separate, that we need to consider this is not a copycat and that the real one's out there. I don't like how it seemed to link these 2 things. Like, it's not, this doesn't suggest this, right? The fact that they're not real animals attacked doesn't suggest that it's not a copycat. All right, let's see what else we got here. So now that we're doubting whether we have the right person, we've got information about Mendax. Let's take a close look at this. William Henry Mendax, known as Bill or the Night Hunter, inmate number 236785. We've got his date of birth, 1959, 36 years old. 36 years old at time of incarceration, right? 36 years old at time of arrest. 5'9", 225 pounds, brown hair, medium build, American citizen. Tattoo on his chest of a circle inside a square. That's interesting. Lives in San Diego. Arrest date 6/4/96. So as of 6/4/96, he was 36 years old. Circle inside a square. Arresting officer Javier Jones. Previous criminal history. Okay, let's take a look here. 1971, which is when he would be 11 years old. He was arrested for assault and theft. 1983, he's 24 years old, breaking and entering. 1985, okay, 26 years old, aggravated assault with deadly weapon, sentenced to 6 years in federal prison. There he is, convicted of the Night Hunter killings. 3 counts first-degree murder, kidnapping, assault, deadly weapon, 2 counts stalking and harassment. And then here he is now. Updated mugshot as of 2021. Let's take a closer look at our guy, since he's our primary suspect still. There he is at age 11, 24, 26. Arrested as the Night Hunter on age 36, and here he is now. It's not that, it doesn't have a huge record here, and certainly not a record of serial killer-like assaults. Looks like he spent his whole life in California too. That's a little strange for our killer as well. Okay. Looks like we've got a little legal document, maybe from his original, it's his sentencing documentation. Sentencing order. The defendant, William Bill Mendax of San Diego, California, has been charged with 3 counts of kidnapping, 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 3 counts of first-degree murder, and 2 counts of stalking, 2 counts of harassment. The court has examined the evidence and witnessed the confession of Mr. William Bill Mendax. In light of this confession, defense has agreed to a plea. Defendant has been decided guilty on all counts, so he pled out. He did not have a trial by jury, seems like. And he's going to serve 3 consecutive life sentences. No handwriting samples. We'll have to get some handwriting from this guy. Surely that's to come. Okay, looks like what we've got. So we've got letters found in his jail cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 separate letters. All right, let's go through them looking for our handwriting. Letter found in Bill Mendax's jail cell. Bill, I know you don't know me, but you've inspired me so much. I have your poetry posted on my wall. Those letters you wrote to the police were an inspiration to me. I imagine you have a lot of time to yourself, so I was hoping you'd write me back. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. I'm getting bullied every day, and sometimes I just want to show them what happens when you bully someone too much. Have you ever been bullied? Is that why you did what you did? Is that why you killed those people? I sometimes imagine what it must be like. You're a student. Okay, well, clearly no match to our handwriting. The A's look like standard A's, not backwards. Looks like totally relaxed writing and wrong handwriting. Next, another letter on another handwriting. This one looks much closer to our serial killer, Bill. I don't know why you did what you did. I just read it in the newspaper. Why, Bill? Why? Yours. Boy, this looks like our killer. Like he signs all his letters yours. It's our handwriting that we're very... There's our R, our crowbar bent R. There's our big Y. And there's our backwards A's. I think, and here's a letter that's consistent. It's like he's saying, I don't know why you confessed. And here's our P's that don't connect at the top. This sure seems like our real killer is writing to him, asking him, why did he confess? Now, is this paper seen in any of our letters from the killer? I don't think so, but let us check. So it's not this paper. We're looking for a paper with the... Is it possible it's this paper, though? This is our lined one. So I don't think so. This looks like we're actually looking at the top of this paper, and it's not have those punch holes. So I guess this is not consistent with the letters. But boy, is that consistent with the handwriting, huh? Although it looks a little more jumbled than our killers, but it still looks right to me. Anything else? Like he's not writing on the line. And where's any Q's here? Those Q's were pretty weird. Look how he's going up with this the. I don't remember our killer doing that, but those A's look right, the P's look right, the R's look right. Any other letters jump out at you as being I mean, look at the yours. Tell me those don't look like the same killer. I mean, boy, that is just so obviously him. And then the disconnected peas. So I think this is our killer who's wondering why this guy confessed. He is writing him by his first name, so I wonder if that means he knows him. That's pretty cool, though. Okay. No dates. Okay, let's see. Is this going to be it? Okay. Hey, Bill, it's Christmas and we miss you. I don't write as much as I should, but I do think of you often. I hope they are treating you well. Please don't forget about us. We won't forget about you. Miss you so much, Jared. Then there looks like there's some other writing on that or something. What's happening? What's that little white? I guess that's not text. It's something. Maybe we don't want to know what that is if it's in a jail cell. All right, but this clearly isn't our handwriting. Those are regular A's, not the weird A's. No date on this one, huh? I'm just going to put the black light on it, even though I think a photocopy wouldn't show any evidence, even if there was any. I'd like to analyze this for fingerprints, though. All right. Hope they're treating you well. Don't forget about us. We won't forget about you. So we don't know who this is, Jared. Okay. What have we got here? Letter found in Bill Mendex's jail cell. Bill, I saw your picture on TV and I was struck by how handsome you are. I find myself dreaming about your eyes. They are the eyes of a protector, not a murderer. I can't help but admit I think I'm falling in love with you. Please say you'll return this letter and get to know me. I've written many prisoners over the years, but seeing you on the news was the first time I felt an instant connection with someone. My love always, Mary. So we've got an insane, crazy serial killer fan. Not that it definitely happens. This sounds realistic. Not the handwriting of our killer, though, but maybe someone. Remember the old way you get out a killer is you stage crimes to make it look like they got the wrong guy. It's been done in real life. Whoa, we got another letter from our killer. Look at this. It's our guy again. What is he writing? Bill, I'm excited to tell you I have met someone new. I don't want to jinx it, but I know this time is different. I have ruined things with the one before, but I have more control now. She understands me. She understands my friends, and she wants to protect them just like I do. I'm enjoying this feeling, and I'll try to make it last as long as possible, maybe forever. Wish me luck. I know you'd approve. Yours. Well, here we go. I think we've got the pieces all here now. It's jumping right out at us. Bill fell in love with Caroline Parker, who's in the nature preserve, and Bill loves his animals, and he thinks this woman that he's now found, Caroline Parker, likes animals as well. And this is also confirmation of our little bit tiny tinge of hint we got that our killer may actually have known Bill. Now he really sounds like he knows Bill from before Bill confessed. And maybe a little bit of hint that one of the previous women he killed might have been someone who he tried to have a relationship with. And I wonder if this is what Caroline Parker and her husband were arguing about. Either that she was having an affair with this guy, or just that the husband was upset she wasn't, that maybe she was flirting with this guy, or she wasn't taking a strong enough stand. And maybe things went wrong and that's why she got killed. I have met someone new. Yep. But the best clue we have from this, in addition to a possible connection with Caroline Parker, is even if he's not talking about Caroline Parker, it sure seems like we're talking about someone that Bill Maddox knew in his past. And maybe that our killer had a relationship with one of these women in the past. Jonathan says, to clarify, I'm reading the letter as the real night hunter writing to Bill about his real night hunter crush on Caroline. Yes, we're all in agreement. That's right. Okay, looks like we've now got a third letter. Oh, wow. That's fascinating. So those were letters to Bill, but now look at this. Here's Bill sending a mail. Look what he says. I appreciate the postcards. The pictures are pretty and looking at them is like taking little mental vacations. But you shouldn't be going back to those places. The pretty pictures aren't worth the risk. Please know that I'm comfortable in here. I always have been. Be kind to the woman you have met. Know your limits and don't get too close to someone you aren't able to take care of. Some mistakes can't be fixed. Yours. So here's Bill writing out, and it really sounds like he's writing to our killer. Notice he's signing it yours, and he's signing it in a way that really looks like the Night Hunter's signature way he writes yours. However, his other letters don't match. But some of them do. Like, look, he also doesn't close his P's. And his R's are bent crowbars. On the other hand, his A's are completely standard. So what we've got is someone who's writing a lot like our Night Hunter, but not quite. And I think he's writing the Night Hunter saying, stop taking postcards of where you killed these people at. It's too dangerous to do so. And now he's saying, don't worry, I'm comfortable in here. I always have been. He's saying, I'm comfortable in jail. We don't know why he would take the fall for the Night Hunter. And now this is very weird. He says, be kind to the woman you have met. Know your limits. Don't get too close to someone you aren't able to take care of. Some mistakes can't be fixed. What does that mean? Very strange statement. Don't get too close to someone you aren't able to take care of. Some mistakes can't be fixed. Strange statement. So Bill is having conversations with the real Night Hunter. I'm going to separate and just include, I'm going to put all the ones we think are real correspondence with the Night Hunter together. And then we put the others away. Huh. Perplexing. Jonathan has a reading of this? Let's see what Jonathan says. Anna says relatives often have similar handwriting. Could Bill be the father of the killer or some other relative? I was thinking that myself. A relative with a similar handwriting. Son, maybe. Brother. Jonathan says, I read it as saying the killer gets fixated on people and kills them. Bill is saying, don't do that because then it will be obvious I lied about the other killings. That's an interesting reading. Know your limits. Don't get too close to someone you aren't able to take care of. That take care of could be read the other way. I kind of took it as him saying, don't get too close to someone you can't kill off. If they find out about you. But I'm not sure. What does he say? Does he say take care? He says, be kind to the woman you have met. Know your limits. Don't get too close. That sounds like something a father would say to a son. Wish me luck, I know you'd approve, is the letter he sends to Maddox. That sounds like something you would say to your father. And then Maddox writes back, be kind to the woman you have met, know your limits. Some mistakes can't be fixed. That sounds like something you would write to your son. This is almost like a Dexter, the serial killer, father-son relationship. I'm afraid that we're going to learn about his son soon, and we're going to have figured this out way too early, that it's a father-son. I hope I'm wrong, but we'll find out. All right, but that was pretty cool. Okay, so our next objective is he's old enough that he could have had a son too. Okay, so our final objective for this chapter is find substantial evidence that suggests Mendax is not responsible for the Night Hunter killing. So I take that to mean that we've found the handwriting analysis. That seems to me like the substantial evidence that he's not the killer. Does anyone disagree with that? Think that... Let's do the black light on these photocopies, even though I don't think you'd notice it. Like, even if it had special message, I don't think it would show up in black light. Okay, does anyone disagree with the answer to that, find substantial evidence he's not the killer, being the handwriting analysis? Jonathan says, I would have liked to have some more info on Jared. Saying you miss someone around Christmas sounds like a close relative of a friend. Yes, I think you're absolutely right. It's Christmas and we miss you. I don't write as much as I should. I do think of you often. I hope they're treating you well. Please don't forget about us. We won't forget about you. I think you're absolutely right. This also sounds like family member. I think this might be how you find the leap to his son. This sounds like it might be, could be his mother. Is his mother going to be alive? Or this is a father, Jared. Could be brother. He looks a little old to have his father still be alive, but it absolutely could be. So I think it sounds like we've got a family situation going on here. Okay, so it's time for us to figure out, does everyone agree that we now know enough to solve Objective 1.3, find substantial evidence that suggests Mendax is not responsible? And I would answer that as being handwriting analysis. handwriting analysis combined with our interpretation of this being about the confession. Not sure why he wouldn't say father, but I guess he doesn't want to give it away. Handwriting. All right, so that's a good point that I didn't explicitly said that I should have. We've actually got 2 handwriting samples now of the killer and of Bill. Bill's is close, but his A's are wrong, among other things possibly. Whereas the guy writing to Bill has the perfect handwriting. Okay, so let us go to the website and see if we can't answer this. Back to chapter. And we want objective 1.3 now. Find evidence that proves Bill Mendex is evidence. So we're going to click on solution, which is this one here. Okay, so what is the solution? The prison interview, the magazine article, or the prison letters? What was I think we know the answer, but I'm just trying to recall, what are they talking about? Prison. Oh yeah, we did read the prison interview. The prison interview is when he said, I can't tell you where I got the chemicals. That's a little bit of a clue to us that he's not the killer, but I think that's more ambiguous, whereas the prison letters are completely unambiguous. So we're going to say letters. I'm curious what would happen if we clicked prison interview. But let's do prison letters, our official answer first. Any disagreement with this? Any disagreement before I click prison letters? Anna agrees. Interview is a clue, but not evidence. Okay, I think that's right. The interview is a clue, but it's not evidence. That's right, I agree. Okay, so here we go, prison letters. Correct. Review the outgoing prison letter. Use the night hunter's writing sample to the outgoing prison letter by Bill to notice some of the letters don't match. Specifically, the letters MENDAX do not match. See, the 2 letters to Bill signed yours do match the transparency sheet, signifying that the night hunter is writing to Bill in prison. As such, this proves that Bill Mendex is not the night hunter. Here is a letter from Captain Snow before moving to chapter 2. All right, so that transparency of the letters is very cool. It seems like something that would be in a real case. However, wasn't strictly necessary. It felt like we could have solved it without that. That might be making it a little too easy. But okay, all right. Let's read what the captain says to us after we've solved that part. From the desk of Captain Snow. Agents, this is exactly what we were afraid of. A false confession. They had done their duty back in the 1990s. Instead of accepting the confession and closing all the cases, maybe Caroline Parker wouldn't have lost her life. Just leaves me to wonder why an innocent man would spend 25 years in jail taking credit for crimes he didn't commit. Could life really have been that bad for him on the outside? Well, we can think about that later. The process to exonerate Bill will start in a few weeks. In the meantime, we have a more pressing matter to attend to. The night hunter is still out there, and he appears to have struck again. Good job analyzing this case today, but we have 0 leads and 0 suspects. We aren't any closer to knowing who the real night hunter is. If he's active again, it's only a matter of time until he finds another victim. I think it's time to go back and look at the original 3 murders. I'm going to pull up all of the old Night Hunter cases and send them to you. I'm giving you priority access to those case files. I will warn you that the details are gruesome and some of the images are difficult to get out of your head. But if we can't solve today's murder, maybe we can look back at these killings and identify a proper suspect. Good luck, agents. Sincerely, Captain Snow. And then it says... end of chapter 1. Go to chapter 2. Okay. Well, now we have a decision to make, which is, do we stop here? Do we stop here? Or do we keep going? I'm going to try to organize the evidence that I think we'll want to go back to. William Billman, and the evidence that I think we don't need information back on. Any gut thoughts about whether we should continue or stop? Let's look at the facts in front of us. We've been playing for 4 hours. We don't want to play for another 4. That's going too long. I think it probably would be a good idea to stop here. It's a natural stopping point. It's been very enjoyable, very engaging, maybe a little easy, but we've still got some pieces we don't understand. So my inclination after 4 hours would be to stop. I've got part 2 queued up, scheduled for tomorrow night at 11. Jonathan says, I suspect we could read all the initial documents in chapter 2 and stop at the first objective, but it's up to you. I think we should stop. I think it's fun to... I think it makes sense to break on the chapters if we're anywhere near breaking. If we could finish a whole chapter, it might make sense. I do understand it's a little bit risky because we never know how long a chapter is going to take. But I think we should stop here. So let's stop here. So we're going to wrap up, and I'll see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. I hope that most of you can join me again tomorrow. This is a pretty high production cold case. I'm trying to think about, we've seen high production puzzle games. This is a pretty, lots of varied stuff. It's a pretty impressive cold case, and pretty impressive that it seems to come out of nowhere. I don't know anything about it. So far, so cool. And some stuff we've never seen before. I've never seen the handwriting analysis presented on a little transparency, and never seen bite mark charts like that are useful. And that was a fun way to use them. Okay, we're going to stop here. I will see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time for Chapter 2. But since we're stopping here, without having to rush, it's 4 hours. Does anyone want to talk about anything else before we stop? I've told you a little bit about my Gencon experience and what's coming up in general. If you like this video, please consider giving it a thumbs up and stopping by our Board Game Geek forum. What is it called then? The Guild. Board Game Geek has a system called Guilds where people can create their own little subforums. You can find the link to the Co-op for Two Guild on the About page of the YouTube channel. On that guild, we have a thread called Game Queue where we discuss and plan what games we'll play next. I've already blocked out this week playing this game here and then Suspects over the weekend. We'll be playing Dear Homes on Sunday. But if you stop by that forum, you can help us decide what games we play next. You'll also find a link on the YouTube About page to the Discord channel, which I'm in most of the time when I'm sitting at my computer if you just want to chat or suggest a game. I've been getting a bunch of suggestions for games on this Facebook group called Puzzle People. It's a big, large group of people who mainly like puzzle games, but frequently people will know and mention an odd game that I've never heard of. I've got one behind me here. That's Curio's one. So we're sort of accumulating games faster than we're getting through them. So we're going to have to ramp up our gameplay. And I just got an email from Deadbolt Mystery Society that the next box has gone out. So we'll play that when it arrives. Exciting times. Okay. I will see you all tomorrow at 11 p.m. Central. Chapter 2, I'm looking forward to it. I'm enjoying this case. I'll see you tomorrow.